everybody. Hello 2025, this is 2026. Yeah, it's been New Year's Day here for 3 hours already. But in Tallahassee, it's still in the past. And it's still in a red suit. Yeah, I figured we'd have a look at the best thing that happened all year long. The thing that we were waiting for since the year before that, right? Long time we were waiting for that. But we saw it. She did it. The jury did it. The judge did it. Oh, I want everybody to wear a red suit right now. M. Buika. Hello, how you doing? Good to see you, M. Derek. Happy New Year, buddy. Happy New Year to everybody, especially our friends in China. I hear they put on quite a show. But their New Year isn't today. I think it's in February. Anyway, hats off to the year of the rabbit and the year of the goat. Boom! Love that goat. Okay, let's have a look what you got, Georgia. Let's get busy. Boom. Boom. You know, do you think she needs to practice her "I'm completely unfazed"? I don't recognize a threat in the room, not even from the judge. I should have made a statement. I can't believe I didn't get up on the stand. What am I doing?
Morning.
Look old. Look old.
Well, this is Dan Markell. He's the victim in this case. A son, a brother, a colleague, a mentor.
Anything else? A colleague, a mentor, a patron. Hey, anybody want to sign up to Patreon? Link in the description. He was a patron of the arts, the art of law. With law, he was an artist.
A professor, a friend, but most of all, a father.
What would the negative version be? A scumbag? An enemy? A prick? A dick? He was an elitist dick.
Father, an Abba, a dad, a dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his time with those little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. Defense called witnesses to come in here and give you an expert opinion that his divorce and the subsequent litigation was not contentious. Not contentious to whom? It was contentious to Dan Markell. It was contentious to Wendy Adelson. And it was contentious to this defendant. And then after telling you what a great guy Dan Markell was in opening statements, they called witnesses to tell you what a pain in the butt he was. And he was a pain in the butt to those people, those awful lawyers that can't even admit that divorces are emotionally charged. He was a pain in their butts.
No, I don't think it was emotionally charged. I mean, they were working through the process.
He was a pain in Wendy's butt, and he was a pain in Donna's butt. Why? Because this was his life. we were talking about. Dan Markel was not a file on some lawyer's desk. He was a real person who cared.
Dan Markel wasn't some file on a lawyer's desk. No. He was a body on a what do you call it? An autopsy table.
Cared passionately about every scrap of paper in that divorce file. He wasn't some bumbling idiot. He was a Harvard-educated law professor. And yeah, he was making it as difficult as possible for this defendant to get her non-negotiable, which just also happened to be Dan Markel's non-negotiable, those two little boys. You have learned about this conspiracy and how it has unraveled over the last 11 years since Dan Markel's death. The defendants in this case have all attempted to point fingers at each other. They have argued that the state's theory is right. It's right, you got it right, with everybody except for me. I didn't do it. Garcia's defense was that Charlie went directly to Rivera to arrange the hit on Dan Markel. Catherine Magbanua testified in her trial and said she had no knowledge of this murder. Charlie must have gone around her directly to Garcia. In Charlie's trial, he said Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera all got together to kill Dan Markel without any.
Is there a good movie plot here? I think there might be. There are all these co-conspirators that think that they're sending mixed messages or secret signals to each other, but no one really is. They're just assuming, you know the thing, when are we going to do the thing? And there is no murder plot. But somehow, oh, it happens. I think we could work with that.
Direction from any Adelson family member. Each defendant characterized himself or herself as another victim in this case. A victim in this situation.
I'm the
victim
victim
of their co-defendants.
I'm the victim.
Setting them up, or the appearance of evidence that seemed to implicate them but wasn't what it appeared to be. But despite their efforts to insulate themselves and to distance themselves from their co-conspirators, they made enough mistakes to get themselves caught and held accountable for their respective roles in this conspiracy. And today is Donna Adelson's turn. Despite their efforts to play victims, Dan Markel is still the only victim in this case. And the only thing he was guilty of was fighting like hell for those little boys. And he lost. He lost everything.
That's the only thing I can't stand about anything to do with this case anymore. I might just forget the whole thing. I can't handle talking about these fucking little boys. Those little boys. When I think of those little boys, fuck off. I'm so over that. Those poor little boys.
Everything.
Wait.
This is what he looked like before. This defendant conspired to hire a hitman to have him killed, and this is what he looked like after. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant, accomplished, beloved man was gunned down in cold blood in his own garage. And this horrific death ultimately set the police down two separate paths, following the two most promising leads that they had. The first lead was to chase down that Prius that, thank God, Mr. Geiger caught a glimpse of pulling out of.
Oh yeah, look, this is General Isom's thinking process as he's in the interrogation room. You know, thinking in real time. Motive. Shooters in Prius.
The driveway that morning. And the second path was to ask, as we would with any murder investigation, Who had a motive?
Isn't that just how his brain works? Motive. Shooters in Prius. Mississippi mud pie. With extra... What goes with that? What do you put with that? Extra
To want
mud.
him dead. And within 1 hour of the shooting, well before Professor Markel had even been pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant when Wendy Adelson revealed to officers that her parents had more reason to dislike her ex than anyone else. And what offense had Mr. Markel committed against Donna Adelson and her family, refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to her telling his kids that he's stupid? The evidence has shown that Donna Adelson was all about psychological warfare, and when all else failed, she was willing to do whatever it took to accomplish her non-negotiable, to get a win. In order for you to render a verdict of guilty, the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that these crimes were committed and that this defendant is the person who committed the crimes, or in this case, one of the persons who committed the crimes. It is undisputed that these crimes were committed. This was a first-degree murder. No doubt about that. But who did it?
Actually, Dan Markel fell on the pistol.
The only issue left is identification, or what we call ID. The defense told you in openings, motive doesn't really matter. Don't pay attention to all the motive. Don't pay attention to all the emails. But motive can be compelling proof of who done it. Identification. And thus, critical to your determination of the defendant as one of the persons that committed this crime. Despite some of the testimony that you heard, it is clear that the divorce between Wendy and Dan was contentious. Except the person who cared most about Wendy's divorce and relocation specifically wasn't Wendy. It was her mother. Charlie Adelson solicited Catherine McBanoa to kill Dan Markel, but why? Who solicited Charlie? Because Charlie didn't care about the Adelson family getting a win against Dan Markel. He didn't care about relocation. He didn't care about Wendy's divorce. He cared about go-karts and jet skis and pretty girls. But he also cared about getting things done for the number one woman in his life, and that was his mother. She managed Charlie's life for him, and in return, he solved problems for her. That pattern is seen throughout this case. He talks to Wendy on the defendant's behalf to get her to pull the plug on the Tallahassee house, to date Dave and invite him to Mother's Day, to pursue a medical malpractice job, even though that's not even her area of the law. And on and on and on. She micromanaged Wendy's life. Charlie knows how to manage Wendy in a way that Donna can't, or knows how to talk to her in a way that Donna can't. And Wendy needs their help, right? Because according to them, she doesn't even have enough of a brain in her head to run her own life without their help. Donna decides what's best for everyone, and if she runs into any problems making that happen, Charlie is her go-to guy to get it done. He is the problem solver. And what was the biggest problem that Donna Adelson had in 2014? Dan Markel. Wendy filed her petition for divorce on September 10th of 2012, and the defendant was right in the middle of it. In the fall of 2012, the defendant told her son, Rob Adelson, that she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendy. She used her own maiden name to do that, to disguise the identity of who was renting it, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up for Wendy to leave Dan. Then Wendy calls Dan Markel and delivers the news that she's leaving him. How does she do it? She tells him she and the...
How does she do it? How does Loretta do it? Thank you so much, Loretta, for that super chat. Thank you kindly. Happy New Year to you.
boys are moving out of the marital home, and the defendant gleefully, that was Rob's word, reported to Rob her son, that she and Wendy strategically planned to deliver that news to Mr. Markel so that he would get this bomb dropped on him right as he's about to take the stage to deliver this lecture. According to Mr. Markel in one of his filings, quote, while the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband in the marital home, taking with her the children's furniture, clothing, toys, and whatever assets, both marital and non-marital, she desired. The evidence has shown that from the start, this defendant was very involved in managing Wendy's divorce. In October of 2012, defendant writes an email entitled, Things to Discuss at Your Mediation to Make Sure You Have in Writing for a Settlement, in which she refers to Wendy as a hostage and a prisoner in Tallahassee. That's what she believed. The email also includes the suggestion that Wendy pursue a restraining order against Dan Markel, that Wendy should go for 100% full custody of those two kids and relocation, and the threat of this conversion to Christianity. Quote, if he leaves you in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending Hebrew day school. That's not a threat, just a warning. A warning that her friend, Miss Cunningham, on the stand dismissed. Oh, that was just a foolish thing to say, right? But the characterization of these threats as, just something that was a one-off heat of passion thing has been completely destroyed by the evidence in this case, because she repeats it. She plans it with a lot of specificity. Wendy even admitted that her mom was serious about planning a baptism for these kids to change their religion as a ruse to try to strong-arm Dan Markel into giving up those kids. This is an example of the defendant operating with the emotional subterfuge as described by her daughter, Wendy Adelson. Also remember how her son Rob described her.
Well, why to Christianity? I mean, they could have picked a really interesting one. Like, I'm going to convert the children to the Eastern School of Taoist thought.
She has rigid and fixed.
What is the most interesting religion? If you could be a member of any religion, what would it be? By the way, what cases, what trials are people most looking forward to in 2026? Do we have any? Any good ones? I mean, I guess there's that slut trial coming up. When is that? Does anyone know?
Ideas of what she wants. And as long as you comply, things are fine. But when you don't comply, things are not fine. Wendy even admitted that if Dan had relented and moved to South Florida, or at least allowed her to move there, they might have co-parented happily ever after.
Yeah.
But Dan did not comply, so things were definitely not fine. The defendant ends this email with, quote, we will help you in any way possible for you to come here. In October, this defendant drafted language for Wendy's petition to relocate, including allegations that Wendy had been upset about having to live in Tallahassee since 2005, and a mention of putting the boys in a Christian school and on a non-kosher diet. Again, that's not a threat, just a reality. And the suggestion that the boys live in South Florida with Wendy and Dan just fly back and forth to see his kids. He can just come see them every other weekend by airplane. Doesn't that sound like an amicable, equal time sharing that the lawyers for the defense described was going on here?
Yeah.
Wendy's lawyer says she had no knowledge of Wendy's mom being involved in her divorce, but
maybe Charlie could have ridden him up on the jet ski. Would that work? That'd be a great movie. Charlie and Dan Markel jet ski to Tallahassee.
Evidence shows she absolutely was. Wendy sends the proposed petition for relocation from her lawyer to the defendant with a note that says, here it is, let's edit. And the defendant responds the next day with detailed feedback, including an argument that Dan Markel is incapable of taking care of his own children and that Wendy should seek 100% custody. arguments which Wendy forwarded to her lawyer as her own, and upon receiving the lawyer.
Imagine what that would look like from a judge, to a judge. He's incapable. They aren't safe. He's a risk. Okay, what does he do? Has he got a drug problem? Sex addict? A gambler? What, alcoholic? No, he just likes to, get really fiddly about the law.
Lawyer's answer, she sends the lawyer's answer back to the defendant. That's in evidence. Defendant's thoughts about Wendy's earning potential and her work environment in Tallahassee.
Man, where is everybody? Is everybody out? Do people still do that? Where is it? Where have they gone? They should be out texting us and telling us where they are. Everyone's gone to Times Square, like in Forrest Gump. Do you remember that bit?
Arguments about she'd be better off with this other job that's higher paying in Miami. And defendant says she's been living in Tallahassee, that she, the defendant, has been living in Tallahassee since the petition was filed to help Wendy with the boys. In January of 2013, the defendant advises Wendy on her amended petition to relocate. And this is where the argument is raised about the job as a major bargaining chip in the divorce. The defendant writes here that Dan needs to know that there's no way in hell Wendy is going to stay at FSU. On January 14th, Wendy files an amended petition with request to relocate, which you can read and see. The petition contains many of the defendant's arguments. She couches this relocation in terms of not only important, but like a matter of life and death. Look at these quotes. It will create a major negative change in our lives. It will ruin your entire life. The rest of all our lives. Mine, Dad's, and even Charlie's will be affected by how well she can perform and act before July 31st to try to get this relocation thing turned around. Donna has even started pre-screening men for Wendy to date in the Miami area. In February, Dan files...
Yeah? Did she try them out? I mean, what the fuck are you doing, Donna? Pre-screening men. Oh, here's one. His name is Bizarre Sex Guard 6182. Yeah. I couldn't fit him all in my mouth at once. By quite a way. I tried him out for you. It didn't fit.
His response to Wendy's motion to relocate, alleging Wendy took his stuff when she left. The sole reason for relocation is to be close to her mother and family in South Florida, and that contrary to what Wendy put in her pleading, he was not seeking to leave FSU. He wasn't trying to move. Wendy failed to comply with their Skype agreement, that Wendy exhibited deceitful behavior, made false statements, showed a lack of integrity, and had unclean hands. Those are some pretty nasty words. Maybe not the worst thing that the defense experts ever seen, but pretty nasty. Dan Markell requests sole decision-making authority for these kids regarding education, medical, and religious matters for you. In the pleadings, and Wendy failed to comply with their Skype agreement, that Wendy exhibited deceitful behavior, made false statements, showed a lack of integrity.
That's an understatement, isn't it? Wendy exhibited deceitful behavior.
And had unclean hands. Those are some pretty nasty words. Maybe not the worst thing that the defense experts ever seen, but pretty nasty. Dan Markell requests sole decision-making authority for these kids regarding education, medical, and religious matters. The defense lawyer witnesses said, oh, that was...
Education, medical, and religious matters. Okay. Yeah. Well, I think it's implicit that he was also covering the bills for all that, right?
That was never going to work. Maybe that's true. But these were concerns that Dan Markell took seriously. There's tons of... September 10th of 2012, and the defendant was right in the middle of it. In the fall of 2012, the defendant told her son, Rob Adelson, that she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendy. She used her own maiden name to do that, to disguise the identity of who was renting it, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up for Wendy to leave Dan. Then Wendy calls Dan Markell and delivers the news that she's leaving him. How does she do it? She tells him she and the boys are moving out of the marital home, and the defendant gleefully, that was Rob's word, reported to Rob, her son, that she and Wendy strategically planned to deliver that news to Mr. Markell so that he would get this bomb dropped on him right as he's about to take the stage to deliver this lecture. According to Mr. Markell, in one of his filings, quote, while the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband in the marital home, taking with her the children's furniture, clothing, toys, and whatever assets, both marital and non-marital, she desired. The evidence has shown that from the start, this defendant was very involved in managing Wendy's divorce. In October of 2012, defendant writes an email entitled, Things to Discuss at Your Mediation to Make Sure You Have in Writing for a Settlement, in which she refers to Wendy as a hostage and a prisoner in Tallahassee. That's what she believed. The email also includes the suggestion that Wendy pursue a restraining order against Dan Markell, that Wendy should go for 100% full custody of those two kids and relocation, and the threat of this conversion to Christianity. Quote, if he leaves you in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending Hebrew day school. That's not a threat, just a warning. A warning that her friend, Miss Cunningham, on the stand dismissed. Oh, that was just a foolish thing to say, right? But the characterization of these threats as, just something that was a one-off heat of passion thing has been completely destroyed by the evidence in this case, because she repeats it. She plans it with a lot of specificity. Wendy even admitted that her mom was serious about planning a baptism for these kids to change their religion as a ruse to try to strong-arm Dan Markell into giving up those kids. This is an example of the defendant operating with the emotional subterfuge as described by her daughter, Wendy Adelson. Also remember how her son, Rob, described her.
Yeah, but she meant that in a nice way. Like, I love my mom, she's so good at emotional subterfuge.
She has rigid and fixed ideas of what she wants. And as long as you comply, things are fine. But when you don't comply, things are not fine.
Yeah, little training going on, huh? You want a treat? Do everything I want. There's your treat.
Wendy even admitted that if Dan had relented and moved to South Florida, or at least allowed her to move there, they might have co-parented happily ever after. But Dan did not comply, so things were definitely not fine. The defendant ends this email with, quote, we will help you in any way possible for you to come here. In October, this defendant drafted language for Wendy's petition to relocate, including allegations that Wendy had been upset about having to live in Tallahassee since 2005, and a mention of putting the boys in a Christian school and on a non-kosher diet. Again, that's not a threat, just a reality. And the suggestion that the boys live in South Florida with Wendy and Dan just fly back and forth to see his kids. He can just come see them every other weekend by airplane. Doesn't that sound like an amicable, equal time sharing that the lawyers for the defense described was going on here? Wendy's lawyer says she had no knowledge of Wendy's mom being involved in her divorce, but the evidence shows she absolutely was. Wendy sends the proposed petition for relocation from her lawyer to the defendant with a note that says, here it is, let's edit. And the defendant responds the next day with detailed feedback, including an argument that Dan Markell is incapable of taking care of his own children and that Wendy should seek 100% custody. Arguments which Wendy forwarded to her lawyer as her own. And upon receiving the lawyer's answer, she sends the lawyer's answer back to the defendant. That's in evidence. Defendant's thoughts about Wendy's earning potential and her work environment in Tallahassee. Argument.
Scotty Bell says, I get my emotional subterfuge from my mother. I think we all do. Maybe it's a boomer thing. If you have a boomer mother. Didn't happen in the golden generation. It didn't happen for these kids today with their Generation X mothers. But boomers, different story.
Arguments about she'd be better off with this other job that's higher paying in Miami. And defendant says she's been living in Tallahassee, that she, the defendant, has been living in Tallahassee since the petition was filed to help Wendy with the boys. In January of 2013, the defendant advises Wendy on her amended petition to relocate. And this is where the argument is raised about the job as a major bargaining chip in the divorce. The defendant writes here that Dan needs to know that there's no way in hell Wendy is going to stay at FSU. On January 14th, Wendy files an amended petition with request to relocate, which you can read and see. The petition contains many of the defendant's arguments. She couches this relocation in terms of not only important, but like a matter of life and death. Look at these quotes. It will create a major negative change in our lives. It will ruin your entire life. The rest of all our lives. Mine, Dad's, and even Charlie's will be affected by how well she can perform and act before July 31st to try to get this relocation thing turned around. Donna has even started pre-screening men for Wendy to date in the Miami area. In February, Dan files his response to Wendy's motion to relocate, alleging Wendy took his stuff when she left. The sole reason for relocation is to be close to her mother and family in South Florida, and that contrary to what Wendy put in her pleading, he was not seeking to leave FSU. He wasn't trying to move. Wendy failed to comply with their Skype agreement, that Wendy exhibited deceitful behavior, made false statements, showed a lack of integrity, and had unclean hands. Those are some pretty nasty words. Maybe not the worst thing that
Bet she did.
the defense experts ever seen, but pretty nasty. Dan Markell requests sole decision-making authority for these kids regarding education, medical, and religious matters. The defense lawyer witnesses said, oh, that was never going to work. Maybe that's true. But these were concerns that Dan Markell took seriously. There's tons of discussions in evidence in these binders before you, in the pleadings and in the emails about Dan Markell's desire to raise these boys in accordance with his faith, and his concerns that his wishes were going to go right out the window as soon as the boys went over to be with Wendy or her mother. And defendant took this matter seriously too. She made it crystal clear in these emails that she had no respect for these boys' fathers' wishes for them regarding religious practices. In this email, defendant says she's sitting at Wendy's kitchen table working on Wendy's response to the filing we just talked about that Dan Markell made. So much for her having no involvement in her daughter's divorce. She says in this email to a friend, all Wendy wants out of this is to relocate to South Florida where she has us and Charlie. Danny is making it very difficult. On March 5th, 2013, defendant sends a long email in response to every paragraph of Dan Markell's arguments against relocation, including that Dan's...
I am extremely concerned about his mental issues, and the results of which causing mental and physical harm to my boys. Those boys! I truly believe that his psychological disorder, mental illness, is affecting his fitness or capacity to parent, and I wish to protect my children from him. These people have such a strange way of writing. You don't need to write like this. His fitness, parentheses, or capacity. Huh? Pick a word. Start listing synonyms. I'm extremely concerned about the well-being of our children in regard to husbands' fanatical and extremist religious beliefs. Yeah. He wants to blow up, something that's really important. I request that a psychological evaluation be made of my husband. I don't believe husband should be capitalized in that use of it. That should just be a lowercase h, I think. His religious practices, which are forced upon our boys, are sick and dangerous to their well-being. Yeah. He made them fucking slaughter a goat right on Trescott Drive and have it drain into the storm sewer. Do you know what that does to a 4-year-old boy? He is indoctrinating them, not teaching them. Incredible, huh?
Religious practices are fanatical.
He's like, I just wanted them to eat kosher. We agreed. We had this conversation before you got pregnant. Danny has a history of recurring and persistent issues with vertigo, rendering him incapable of taking care of himself, no less 2 small needy children. Well, just don't go to the top of the Eiffel Tower. Like that guy with that flying machine. It was funny. Went all the way up, thinking he was going to fly across Paris, and he just went straight down like a sack of hammers.
Radical and dangerous to the boys, and that Dan Markel is psychologically unfit to have custody of his children. It's not sounding very amicable, is it? In opening statements, the defendant's attorney acknowledged that Dan Markel was an intelligent, accomplished professor and a dedicated father, and the state could not agree more. But the evidence has shown that her client didn't agree with that. Donna Adelson repeatedly paints Dan Markel as a self-important idiot who's not fit to care for his own children. On March 6, 2013, Dan Markel sends Wendy an email threatening to take her to court over her failure to cooperate with the Skype thing. That comes up repeatedly. Here he says, you've made 0 efforts to facilitate that when you or your mother could have easily done so. I don't want conflict or tension. I desperately want peace and joy. Please let that happen, but do not mistake my politeness or desire for cooperation as a lack of firmness. I will not tolerate failures on your part to keep our agreements. They did have a Skype agreement.
Talk about respectfully holding your own space, Boundaries. These are my boundaries, they're set, and my own integrity means that they will be observed. Okay? I mean, he didn't say that. That's just my interpretation of his letter, but that was such a good letter. I hope she's going to show the whole thing. We'll read it out.
And she was violating it, and he was furious about it. This email was forwarded by Wendy to this defendant, so she knows about all this stuff. Dan Markel sent Wendy an email in December, which was pretty personal, and in which he is kind of a mea culpa. He apologizes for things that went wrong in the marriage and takes some accountability for what he views as his mistakes in the marriage. And Wendy forwards this email to her mother. Then Donna responds to this personal email and goes through Dan Markel's writings paragraph by paragraph, suggesting how Wendy can manipulate his words against him. Oh, look, he's admitting this here. This will help you in the divorce. And she does it in Wendy's voice. It's weird. Look at it. So although sometimes Wendy seems to be complaining about her mom overstepping, she's trampling my autonomy, it's like she's also inviting her mother into her business and wants her help, but also don't trample my autonomy. In fact, Wendy thanked her mom for the the thoughts that she gave on this letter Dan Markel wrote. She also wrote that she never would have left Dan Markel without her mom's support. In May of 2013, the defendant refers to one of Dan Markel's responses as a, quote, 23-page rant. Then she doubles down on relocation as the most important and non-negotiable part of Wendy's divorce. I mean, how many times does she have to tell y'all it's important, but somehow the defense is still, it wasn't important, or it was over. It didn't matter. She notes here that Dan Markel threatened Wendy with federal kidnapping
I was buying my house. I was buying a house on Fake Lane.
He threatened her daughter with federal kidnapping charges for taking those kids without telling him where she was going when she left.
True Blue Tattoo, hello. Happy New Year, everyone. A special Happy New Year to you, Metrix. Keep up the good work, bloody legend you are. Thank you so much, Island. Thank you so much, Island. Yeah. No, Happy New Year to you, too.
Defendant signs off, I'm too angry to write anymore. And the evidence has shown that this nice, normal, sweet
asshole
little grandma,
this royal jackass here, such a royal jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of shit? I love you, Mom. Jibbers was a silly name.
certainly was angry. To support the argument that Wendy should be able to relocate because Dan was...
Do you think Dan Markel ever looked at the situation and thought, maybe I am the narcissist? And she's right. I don't think so. I think it was pretty obvious.
Always traveling on work trips. The defendant sends Wendy this email, and it contains every date, like the date ranges that Dan Markel has been out of town traveling for work since the birth of their first child. That's 4 years. She is able to go back and send to Wendy, he was out of town this date to this date.
4 years. What a sick fuck, huh? Oh, he's going out of town? What dates? Let me write it down in my big book of plans. Hand me my book of plans.
It's a little shocking that she recorded that information, but we know she is a very detailed person. She keeps these extremely detailed day planners. But Dan Markel's travel schedule is of particular interest. In fact, in light of the fact that the hitmen knew that Dan Markel had to be killed on July 18th because he was going out of town the next day. The question is, how'd they get that information? Who had that information? Then the next day, Dan Markel files a memo of law asking for the attorney's fees and saying that, quote, if costs are not awarded, then the wife and her affluent parents who are bankrolling the wife's litigation so they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation. Dan Markel knew that Wendy's parents and their
It is great hair. Of course it's
Fucking
great
A,
hair.
bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up.
Boom!
Fuck you fucking with me.
Oh, thanks so much, someone, for that beautiful cup of coffee. That New Year coffee. New Year cup of coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Great way to support the channel. Some people like PayPal. Some people like Buy Me a Coffee. But the good news is we have both to support the channel on the last day of 2025. Can you imagine? We've come so far. It's our birthday tomorrow. It will be our second Metrix birthday. And I think it's going to be the best year yet. Big plans this year. Huge plans. I've been kind of just, treading water here, waiting for the year to end. But man, tomorrow it all starts again, right? Well, thank you, someone. Yeah, no, we've actually been in conversations with a couple of the costume designers that do all the Warner Brothers movies, sending them photographs of Georgia Cappleman's head. And they have very kindly offered for free to create a perfect replica, custom, exactly like that, the hair. Maybe even 2 or 3 of the different styles. But we're on the kind of like waiting list at the moment. They have to find exactly the right kind of horse before they can start crafting it out. But looking forward to that. If you want to support a wig, go to buymeacoffee.com/true crime metrics or PayPal, paypal.me/true crime metrics to support the channel and to support the wig.
Considerable resources were a big part of why this divorce litigation was dragging on.
Because the wig is definitely going to be a feature coming up soon. I think it should be ready by about March. Hopefully. Definitely.
They thought he was filing frivolous stuff to drag out the divorce and the proceedings, and he thought the same thing about them. On June 21st, the court issued the order.
That's usually how it goes, isn't it? Let me see your motion. This is frivolous. Does anyone use the word frivolous outside of a courtroom? How was lunch? Frivolous.
Denying relocation. When Wendy was on the stand,
This court does not find the wife has met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. Judge, didn't you hear all the stuff I said about him being a Al-Qaeda or something? What was he? An extremist. Okay. What, like in Munich?
defense made a big deal out of, oh, you didn't tell mom it was final, did you? You stipulated to it, didn't you? Which we later learned was because the judge had already ruled at sidebar that it wasn't going to happen. But basically, you know, you kept your poor mom in the dark and she thought this was still something that was viable and you didn't tell her it wasn't. But on redirect, it was proven that that was not true. Defendant did know that the order was final and she expressed this in an email to her friends. Poor mom wasn't kept in the dark on anything in this family. In fact, the defendant recognized perfectly well that this order meant she wasn't going to get relocation through the courts. She wasn't going to get what she wanted through the legal system, but that wasn't the only way to skin a cat, was it? She wasn't deterred by a loss in court. Instead, she started looking into other options to get a win for the Adelson family. There was testimony offered that everyone knew that there was a slim chance of Wendy winning relocation. Maybe everyone knew that on the lawyer's side, but the defendant didn't know that. She was not happy.
Unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months of case preparation, the judge listened to Wendy testify for 1 hour. Oh, how many hours would that be a month that they got billed for? $600 an hour for 10 months of divorce preparation. I mean, that's going to be more than an hour a month, isn't it? And even if it was an hour a month, that would be $6,000. So let's say the bare minimum it's going to be is 40 hours a month, 5 working days. It's probably more than that, but let's say it was 40 hours a month. Let's do the sums. So 1 week out of the month they're working on Donna's, Wendy's preparation. It's got to be more than that. I think it would be definitely more than that. Let's do it 2 weeks. Wouldn't be full time, surely. So was it 600 times 40? Oh my god. Times 10? Shit. Oh my god, what the fuck? So if it was 40 hours a month at $600 an hour, which is only 1 week out of the month, I'd say that's the minimum that it would have been. It's probably double that or more. But let's say it was 1 week out of the month for 10 months. That would be $24,000 a month, or $240,000 for 10 months. So they probably put $500,000 fucking dollars on just the divorce, for the judge to listen to the case for an hour. Did your lawyers not advise that could happen? Or were they like convincing you, yeah, if we do enough prep, if we get these hours, if we put in the hours, for $250,000, that'll give us a chance. Not a sure thing. Want to manage your expectations, but it's the best option you have. Oh, I love I love it when these people, it seems to happen quite a lot, that their greed and their fucking obsession just gets them into trouble and they end up fucking spunking $500,000 up the wall. The bare minimum. It would have been $250,000. Probably double that or more. Hilarious. And that's just for the prep. There's other costs. There's other costs. The judge took a break and asked one question. I'm not hearing about any physical abuse by the father. Has he been pulling out their toenails? When Wendy said no, the judge said, well, then I've made up my mind. No physical abuse, no relocation. Outrageous. So at the moment, she will not be allowed to relocate. Anyway, if I sound angry, it's because I am, and I will always be until the day I die. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. Sorry, I didn't mean to respond this way, but I'm beyond angry. You see, part of the anger that eventually went into the decision to go, okay, I am fucking paying someone to murder him. Part of that anger was anger at herself for spunking $500,000 up the fucking wall. Anger at her lawyers for saying, yeah, this is probably your best option. Your best option is to maximize on your prep. Okay, how much is that going to run me? It's $600 an hour. But the great news is you can pay all of it up front.
About this loss in court. Here she laments, unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months, case preparation, the judge listened to Wendy for 1 hour and made up her mind. Outrageous. So at the moment, we will not be allowed to relocate. Note the phrase, at the moment.
And if there was just the slightest, any normal person would look at that and go, okay, fucking hell, I really got carried away with this, didn't I? I should have known that, the judge wouldn't be impressed that I'm changing the children's religion to Christian because she's a big old black lady, southern black lady. You want to change these boys' religion and bring them into the one true house of God. Imagine if judges made decisions like that. It's like Sharia law.
Jibbers had not beaten the Adelson family yet. Defendant concludes this email anyway. If I sound angry, it's because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. She couldn't believe relocation was denied.
Yeah.
When Wendy expresses defeat over the court's order, the defendant isn't having it. She encourages Wendy to never give up, to take control, to not let Jibbers think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, and to show this fucker what will make him absolutely miserable. How amicable.
You want to be in Tallahassee? Who's this? Michael Crawford. Hello, Michael. The cost is in the filings and responses. Court appearances cost more. They will charge for time in travelling to and from court. Yeah. But before they even get to that, there's $250,000 of prep. I mean, which is obviously way above what anybody in their right mind would spend on something that you could easily anticipate would not be getting over scrutinized by a judge. It's pretty simple, as far as I understand it. The laws in Florida and is, that you can't separate children from their parent without good cause. Like he's torturing them. He is literally pulling their toenails out. He's teaching them to be racist.
Then defendant solicits Wendy to put on the performance of her life because Jibbers hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. And this is where defendant reveals her plan of action, including having her Jewish grandsons baptized and offering $1 million to Dan Markel to facilitate this relocation. Control is a theme that's featured prominently throughout this email and throughout this case. There is evidence that the defendant controlled Wendy, she controlled Harvey, and she
could have saved a lot of time and just copy-pasted the word control 500 times a page, Control.
controlled Charlie. But she could not control Dan Markel. He wasn't going to give her a win. As long as you went along with her rigid, fixed ideas, things were fine. But if you didn't, things were not fine. Defendant continues to react to relocation being denied and Wendy's inclination to give up on the matter, including, everyone has a price. Now is the time to start. You said this divorce is not about winning and losing, and it's not a competition. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family, teaching in Tallahassee. Life is tough. If you don't.
What a sick woman she was, huh? Donna Adelson. I mean, beyond. Just imagine her sitting in South Florida with her, mittens all over this case, writing these emails to Wendy, getting pushback from Wendy, because she's clever, right? It's not about winning and losing, I just want peace. Oh, but he won't give me peace. He's a brute. He's a horrible brute. I'm going to give up, Mom. I'm going to buy a house in Tallahassee and just make the most of it. We can still have a good life here. I just want to settle with the boys. I can't fight anymore. I can't do this anymore. He's won. He took everything. He's too good. We're never going to beat him. Just imagine what words like that would do to Donna, huh? It's all over. We tried. I'm giving up. I'm retreating into my shell. My single mother shell. I'm going to go and sit in my minivan and
Don't stand up and take a chance, you don't stand a chance. Please, Wendy, do your part and stand up to him. Make an effort to do this so that our group offer will stand a better chance of being accepted. Don't let this temporary move to Tallahassee ruin your entire life. Fight for yourself, Wendy. We'll be there to help you. Just don't tell us that what you need to do is move forward with a sense of peace. Can't have that, can we? That's giving up. Giving up on relocation was not an option.
Michael knows all about it. So much of the process is handled with documentation, filling out forms, submitting and responding, sometimes mediation. Only about 5% or less of divorces go to court in the US, I believe. Exactly. Well, I don't know if that's exactly, but I accept that. And the cases that do get to court, If they get to court in front of a judge and the judge finds that, well, what the fuck is this doing with me? This should have been handled in mediation. It's supposed to be real fucking juicy before it gets kicked up to me. You know, what are you wasting my time for? Okay? Was there abuse? Now that I've read your fucking 5,000 page motion that you spent $250,000 on, was there abuse? No? Okay, no location. No relocation. I bet she, wasn't it, Judge Hobbs? I bet she was pissed. I came out of chambers for this?
For Donna Adelson. Neither was losing. Throughout the trial, the defense tried to distance themselves from these emails. One of the ways they did that was by trying to put them off on Harvey. They pointed out, hey, this is a joint email account. One of these is signed Mom and Dad. And there's a few that are signed Mom and Dad, but it's clear that the defendant is the author of these emails and that she's the one driving the bus on this relocation effort. And during the presentation, we highlight all the dad and I language, all the indications in there that Donna is the author as opposed to Harvey being the author. According to her own daughter, Wendy, she's the dominant force in that household. And according to her son, Rob, she is a controlling person as opposed to the more passive, go with the flow type of personality that the dad, Harvey, has.
Go with the flow personality. You mean enabler?
In opening, the defense attorney told you that this defendant was a normal person, and you don't have to decide she's not a normal person. You're the judge of the facts, right? Was a crime committed? Is this the person that committed the crime? But in this email, she suggests that dressing her Jewish grandchildren up in Hitler youth uniforms would be acceptable. That would accomplish her goals. The ends justify the means for her, people. That is illustrated here, and it sums up this entire case. The defendant wanted this done because that was the only way left to get a win. If he had submitted, if he'd let her take those kids, he'd be alive. If he'd moved to South Florida himself, he'd be alive. But he would not submit. She could not get that win. He was a huge problem, and she made it Charlie's problem. To Charlie, who liked the idea of being a tough guy, who had connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks, the price of Dan Markel's life was worth the reward of pleasing his mother and easing her diarrhea and getting her to finally shut up about Wendy's divorce. In the mind of this defendant, all their lives depended on the success of this relocation effort. She tells you as much herself in these emails. Listen to her. And as such, any and all means were justified. Because not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. Sometimes it's ridiculously hard. This is what passes for normal in this family.
Or illegal.
I said the defendant made Wendy's divorce Charlie's problem, and the evidence shows that the defendant did keep Charlie in the loop every step of the way. Here's a July 10th email that states, just to catch you up on what's happening with Wendy, and discusses who should be involved in the bribe that the family wants to offer to Dan Markel. On July 19th, the defendant requests, and Wendy sends her copies of the motions, responses, orders, and transcripts from her divorce so far. That same day, Dan Markel makes a settlement offer that this defendant encourages Wendy to reject, saying the answer is no to all of this. Please, Wendy, we've been with you from day one. Do not accept or sign anything without the two of us reviewing and discussing all of this with you. Screwing him financially is what will aggravate him. But ultimately a settlement is reached. Y'all have heard about this date, July 31st.
People love hearing the dog drink, don't they? Where's Michelle? Who wants to say Happy New Year to the dog? Send the dog a Happy New Year on PayPal. Where's our PayPal badge? Boom. We should really make that a New Year badge. Is that too much? There's just so few people in chat. They must be all out at fireworks or something. What are you, 4 years old? Ooh. Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle. How long have we got? 55 minutes until the bongs. Christmas, yeah, maybe we should hide some of that shit. Or make it bigger.
2013. But contrary to what the defense has told you, the fighting did continue. On October 12th of 2013, 3 months after the divorce was final, the defendant forwards an email to Charlie Adelson, which Dan Markel had sent Wendy. And the defendant adds the note, "This is what this fucker is sending your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. Impossible. Does it sound like everything was over? This was the amicable divorce over? Not contentious at all, right?" This is fall of 2013, the same time frame in which Wendy starts dating Jeff Lacoste and Charlie starts dating Catherine Magbanua. On October 13th, 2013, the defendant texts Charlie Adelson, quote, "Horrible evening for your sister." The pattern of this defendant getting worked up about Wendy's divorce and then forwarding it on to Charlie is seen over and over again. Which brings us to Halloween 2013. Several important events in the case occur on Halloween 2013. One, Wendy officially takes Dan Markel back to court, filing her motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement. So she's alleging he violated it, and she's asking to hold him in contempt of court, alleging that he's not paid the agreed upon fees that he was supposed to pay by a certain deadline. Wendy backs out of the contract that she had signed to buy a house in Tallahassee on Halloween 2013. Charlie later brags to...
"Spoke to Wendy for 20 minutes last night. She texted me today that she pulled the plug on the house." "Wow, Charlie, thank you again. How did you accomplish that? You are a miracle worker. Tell us." Oh. They're practically fucking, aren't they? They're just sick.
The defendant that he talked Wendy out of buying the house, and the defendant calls him a miracle worker for having convinced Wendy not to buy the house in Tallahassee. Also, Charlie meets up with Catherine Magbanua on Lincoln Road on Halloween 2013, the same day Wendy pulled the plug on the house, and broaches the subject with her for the first time of, "Hey, do you know anybody that I could hire to harm someone?" And she did. Charlie sends this picture of himself and Catherine Magbanua together to Wendy that night, October 31st, 2013. First night, he solicited Catherine Magbanua to be a part of a murder, or a part of what would become a murder. Mid-November, Jeff Lacoste meets the defendant for the first time. Remember Jeff? He was Wendy's boyfriend that testified. He said he would meet her 6 to 7 other times in addition to that first time during the course of his relationship with Wendy. Sometimes just in passing, picking Wendy up for a date, other times more substantially, including taking the boys to the circus. And that becomes maybe important later. Meanwhile, the fighting continues into December. We're in December of 2013 by now. On December 16th, Dan Markel emails Wendy and the parenting coordinator that was assigned to help them try to navigate these issues about the defendant, Donna Adelson, disparaging him to his kids. In this email, he introduces what he calls a major issue. The headline on this concern is not buried, guys. Like he says, I'm introducing a major issue. He very plainly gives a preview of the grandma motion, which will ultimately be filed in March of the next year. And here he says that on November 8th, one of the boys announced at a Markel family dinner that grandma, referring to this defendant, says you're stupid. Grandma says you're stupid. Then the following Monday, on November 11th, when Dan Markel was buckling the boys in at the park, they both tell him that grandma says you're stupid. When asked why, they say because you're trying to take her sunshines away from her. When asked who are her sunshines, the boys answer they are her sunshines. Then again on November 30th, while playing with the older child, that child repeated the statements to Dan Markel, "Grandma says you're stupid." And again when asked why, the child repeated that the defendant said that Dan Markel was stupid because he was trying to take Grandma's sunshines away from her. Markel implores Wendy to address the situation, as he would like to avoid a hearing in which his kids are going to be primary witnesses against their grandmother. He assures her,
Can they come up on the stand at the same time? We got a little high chair in here, like they have at a restaurant.
that he will, though, if necessary, seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the
You can be sure that I will, if necessary, seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the children and their grandmother if this alienation happens in a way that endangers my relationship, and assuming that the basis of what was reported is true. Hang on. Seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the children and their grandmother if the alienation happens in a way that endangers my relationship, and assuming that the basis of what was reported is true. On the latter point, I would like to spare putting my children on the stand in court to testify against their grandparents. Yeah. Reasonable. But don't let your bitch mother call me a dick to my kids for no reason.
children and their grandmother. This lawyer that testified said, "Oh, that wasn't going to work."
Well, it wasn't even, from that, it wasn't even going to do anything. It was like, listen, do not fuck with me here. It was a warning. You couldn't take a warning when you were being completely fucking out of order yourself? Just take the warning. Oh, he's not going to tell me what to do. We're going to trial.
Well, he didn't think so. Oh, well, that's no big deal. I've seen much worse than that in my career. Well, yeah. Dan Markel hadn't seen much worse than that. Dan Markel had a big problem with Grandma saying he was stupid, and he wanted to take it up and address it with the judge if necessary.
Yeah. And stuffing bacon towers down their gullets. Oh, you got a Skype call? Where's your tower? Okay, let me get you a tower.
Dan Markel emphasizes that this is a matter he takes very seriously and says that the defendant's actions could lead to the termination of Wendy's parental rights. Is that true or not? Doesn't matter. He thought it was true, he threatened it. And those are fighting words. Going to terminate your parental rights? Wendy forwards the email to the defendant the next day, December 17th. And what's the response? Wow. That's a response we see from the defendant quite a bit. She's usually more verbose, that's true. But why is the defense working so hard to say that their client didn't see this email and didn't know about these allegations? I mean, isn't it clear that Wendy is sharing all the issues relating to her divorce with her mother? Wendy communicated with her mother on all these filings, and this one pertained directly to her mother. Of course they discussed it. Are you really to conclude that nobody was fighting anymore prior to Dan Markel's murder when the evidence leads you to conclude the exact opposite? This was a pressure cooker, and it was being turned up hotter and hotter with each passing day. Not only is this a situation that's escalating between the actual parties to the litigation, but now the defendant has moved from working behind the scenes, helping Wendy with the divorce, to actually being the subject of the pleadings that are before the court. There was supposed to be a hearing on that issue. One thing Dan Markel wrote in this email is, quote, "I fear that the children's best interests are not being pursued so much as what Grandma wants." If he only knew how legitimate that fear really was.
I want them in Boca Raton at the Donna Klein Academy. playing tennis and piano at the same time. That's what they need to do.
Those weren't just some ugly, foul words thrown around in the heat of the moment, folks. They continued well past the finalization of the divorce. Here on January 10th, 2014, so now we're into the year where Dan Markel is killed. 6 months after the divorce is final, defendant says of Dan Markel, wow, is he on drugs? Is he also going to pay $70K plus the legal fees and interest that bastard owes you? So the bad blood is going strong here 6 months before the murder, and the divorce wasn't really final anyway, in the sense that we're continuing to have pleadings get filed under oath. And also to accuse her attorney of misconduct. Her lawyer witnesses say none of that's a big deal, none of that was going to be successful, but he thought it was going to be successful. To him it's a lot of money, to him it's a big deal. The next day, on February 15th, 2014, we see a text from the defendant to Charlie. Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She will probably have to go through another depo. Outrageous. Rob Adelson testified that his mother told him they were, quote, depoing Wendy to death. But then their expert witness got up there and said Wendy was never deposed. I guess they didn't provide her with that information or any of these emails or text messages post July 31st, because this thing was not over on July 31st. In this text, defendant accuses Dan Markel of stalking Wendy, and Charlie agrees. The defendant tells Charlie to keep the conversation with Wendy light and don't bring up...
Yes, but don't get worked up about it. Who's called Jet? She's so stressed about it. Let's just keep conversation with her light and not add to what she's dealing with. Let her just get through Monday with positive family support. Nothing stressful. Trust me on this. I hate it when people say that. Trust me on this.
The divorce drama, which kind of implies there was divorce drama going on. There's a sense in this email and elsewhere in the evidence that defendant and Charlie have to tiptoe around Wendy, like she's this damsel in distress that needs the two of them to step in and help her handle her business. On February 17th, 2024, defendant again reports to Charlie how Wendy's hearing went, talks about how there are plans to seek to have Dan Markel forced to submit to psychological testing. Here, defendant is 7 months after the divorce and just 5 months before the murder, responding to Dan Markel's filing a request to produce, and she says it's time to give it to him. Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you. And what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Something has to be done with this asshole. This is 5 months before the murder. Here, defendant texts Charlie about Wendy yet again. If you speak to Wendy today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depot, her lawyer, etc. Tough time, and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at soccer yesterday, and she goes into a story about, he showed up at soccer and they got into it. And then she ends with such a fucker. Super amicable. Then we have this text on March 4th, switching gears. This is about the birthday gift. Defendant texts Charlie that she's going to call him from the bathroom in Gainesville where she can have some privacy. Please pick up because I will have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. Then the defendant says we'll speak privately about Dad's birthday gift. So erase after reading. You might think, well, maybe she was just trying to keep the birthday gift a surprise, but why does Charlie need to erase it? Harvey's not with Charlie, Harvey's with Donna. And according to Rob, there were no birthday gifts for Harvey, unless the murder was supposed to be the birthday gift. Plus, in the text, Donna wants Charlie to
He paid for the catering. I love it when he says that. It's such a rich person thing to do, isn't it? What did I get, Dad? I paid for the catering. I paid to have his golf clubs all polished by the engineers at BMW.
delete after reading the text that doesn't mention the birthday. She doesn't say anything about deleting the one that does mention the birthday.
Yeah.
Rob Adelson
Don't
was present at the
mention
birthday
the
party,
present.
which did take place between the two trips that the hitmen took to Tallahassee. And there were no birthday gifts, according to him. The defense suggests that the friends coming to the party was part of the surprise, but then they also suggest that Harvey sent the Evite, so I don't think they can
Well,
have
they're
it both
swingers.
ways. You can't send the invitations and be surprised by the friends. The next week, Jeff Lacoste, Wendy Adelson, Catherine Magbano, and Charlie Adelson all go out to dinner. That's the first meeting between Wendy and Jeff and Catherine Magbano. At dinner, Magbanoa mentions her ex having several run-ins with law enforcement. That stuck out to Mr. Lacoste.
Yeah, we're gonna have a surprise party,
dinner
Dad.
in the hot
Good
tub.
news. We brought a few of your buddies. They can put their fucking old man balls in our hot tub, while your wife Donna and what's her name, Clamfish, pretend to be suggestive airline stewardesses from the 1960s. And I was saying stewardess because it's the 60s.
Charlie bragged about having connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks. Notable in the same time frame, March 21st, 2014, the defendant signs a lease on a condo in South Beach, a condo where Wendy, after Dan's kill,
Tracy.
would move in with her kids. They say, oh, that was a weekend place, so it's pretty convenient timing. You just happen to
Tracy and Shasta. Happy New Year. Lighten it up.
get this other house and have it set up for Wendy to move into after her ex-husband's murdered, and she's able to relocate. 3/26/14, this is when Dan Markel officially files the grandma motion, which takes aim at the defendant, raising more allegations about failure to comply with the Skype thing. Wendy leaves.
Lisa, hello. Lisa says, that's a Lou Reed song. Lisa says, on a night like this, it dawned on me about Donna and her writings. How the hell does she have the time to manage everyone's lives, especially Wendy's? Is it because she had no life of her own? Seems that way. Well, it does, doesn't it? This was her life. Donna, we're going to do a video about this soon. I've been holding back because we got nice new things coming to the channel. But they require me to have a brain, which in December is difficult. Yeah. You see, Donna, we'll come back to it. I need my notes. Thank you, Lisa.
Leaving the boys with her parent rather than giving him the right of first refusal. And he says by flouting the right of first refusal, the former wife creates conditions for Mr. Markel to be disparaged in the presence of the children by their maternal grandmother.
Yeah.
Dan Markel then
Just, all right, you can let them eat the bacon towers. Just don't call me a dick while you're doing it.
alleges all the same allegations about the defendant disparaging him to the kids that he outlined in that previous email in December.
Relief sought. Enjoin the former wife. Maybe they are capitalized then. Okay. Enjoin the former wife from allowing the maternal grandmother to have unsupervised time with the children consistent with the right of first refusal, and to impose appropriate limitations to safeguard the children from being subjected to disparaging comments about their father. And no bacon towers.
Contrary to what the defense said in court, in his prayer for relief, the remedy Markel was seeking was to have the court order this defendant to have no contact with those boys unless she was supervised, because he didn't want her disparaging him to the boys, and because it was a violation of the right of first refusal, in his opinion, for Wendy to leave the boys all the time with her mom and not give him a chance to have them if Wendy wasn't going to keep them. How do you think Donna took this information? She refers to those kids as hers. She was the one sacrificing her time at the office to be up here in Tallahassee doing for those boys. She had invested so much of her own time in this fight against Dan Markell to try to get a win for the family. And after all that investment in those kids and all the money spent on the attorneys and all that time spent at the kitchen table working on those divorce filings, Donna Adelson was losing. The boys and Wendy were stuck in Tallahassee. Wendy wasn't working at the law firm in South Florida, raking in a bunch of money and dating some new guy that she pre-screened for her. And Grandma's Sunshines weren't in South Florida. That's where they belonged. That's what was best for them. They had lost in court. Wendy wouldn't comply with Donna's plan of action, and Dan Markell apparently wouldn't take a bribe or be strong-armed to allow his kids to come to South Florida. But, as it turns out, Jibbers still had not beaten the Adelson family, because there was still another option, the option of hiring the hitman. Charlie joked about hiring a hitman, but he had also been actively pursuing that option at least since Halloween of 2013. Over the last several months, Charlie had several conversations with Catherine Magbanowa about this job, which started as a request to harm and then eventually revealed itself as a murder for hire. Recall that Magbanowa said that often when she and Charlie would discuss the murder and the press...
Do you think Charlie Adelson will notice time? I bet he did, because he saw it in a film and thought it was cool.
...need to get it done, he would emphasize to her that the toll that Wendy's situation was taking on his parents emotionally and physically, as they were stressed to the point of being physically ill. So he would often tell her that's the motive. That's why we need to get this done. It's like stressing out my mom. On May 16th, 2014.
Yeah. It's stressing out my mom so much, it's making her manipulate me. Physically ill. She's just fucking... Oh, my sciatica. Oh, the stress, my sciatica.
2 months before the murder, Wendy was added as a resident to that condo in South Florida. On May 30th, 2014, Donna sends Charlie the text, quote, "Horrible morning with Danny. Tough conversation with her." This text was sent less than 2 months before the murder. The drama is continuing. Everyone's still fighting. It's contentious. Prior to the June trip, Charlie had prepared an envelope containing the murder instructions. He told Catherine Magbanowa that he used gloves when handling the paperwork inside, that he printed it not on any printer that can be connected to him, and that she was not to touch it.
Just one of the dental offices where he works. So let me get this straight. In his mind, the crime scene investigations forensics unit can go to a sheet of paper that's been printed, look at the ink of the letters on the page and go, yes, that link has the same, did I say link? That ink has the same ink DNA as the DNA we found in the ink of the dental office, the printer of the dental office at Sophie Dental, corner of South and Fifth. It must be him. But they can't track your fucking stapled bundles of cash. Oh, you just had to not staple the money. Was it so hard? Why would you do that? To make it easier for the killers to count? What do you care? They should have one of those money counters.
Inside. She was to deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia. She followed his instructions. In early June, she came back to...
That's our third Beth this week, or Bethany. Beth? Bethany Miles. Good job, Bethany Miles. Happy New Year, everyone. And couldn't agree more with this award. She can be Woman of the Year in 2026 as well, if there's another indictment. Fucking A, it's going to take a lot to beat her, isn't it? It's not going to be that lawyer from the Ahmaud Arbery trial. I mean, she was pretty good, but weird looking. Weird looking. Like, I wouldn't want to eat with her.
Charlie asking for travel expenses for the hitmen. She got a couple $100 to give them to rent a car to come up here. They came, well, let's back up just a little bit. They rented the car June 2nd, 2014, and then a few minutes later talked to him on the cell. Garcia and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee. This is June 4th, 2014.
Oh, hang on. Oh, I see. So about Donna, Bethany agrees with Lisa and says that she's thought the same, and I think she should have accepted that her kids were now adults and transitioned to a new kind of relationship and focused on herself. Yeah, but it was almost vicarious living, right? It was like the hobby baseball player that wanted their kid to join the majors, you know. Donna's from Brooklyn, spent her days there scamming the good people of New York City. Then a few years on the teacher force at a fucking local primary. Ooh. Well, they wouldn't take you at the Donna Klein Academy? You couldn't get a job as a law professor at FSU? Well, you better send all your children to Brandeis and Cambridge and blah, 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 blah. You know, so that Donna could go to her friends, her swinger friends, with their fucking old balls all over the hot tub, and say, hey, how's Wendy? Oh, she's doing great. Got $1 million a year job, yeah. Yeah, she sues pharmaceutical companies when they fuck up on their trials. Yeah. Charlie, yeah. Great job money laundering and fucking underage Colombians for cash. But it's okay because it's encouraged in fucking Bogota.
Rivera notes that Garcia is in possession of a piece of paper. Paper has a photo on it and some information. This information allowed them...
Point being that Donna wasn't going to go to her friends and say, oh, what happened? Well, we put fucking millions of dollars into this, and Dan won, and she has to stay in Tallahassee, and she can't take that job, and we hardly ever get to see them. And when we do see them, we have to drive 9 hours there and back. Giving that kind of report to... For Donna to give that kind of report to her swinger old balls friends would mean that she wasn't worthy to herself, let alone others, but to herself. Just couldn't let that happen.
To locate and follow Dan Markel's vehicle, a black Honda Accord with the tag number 534YBM. Information that...
Hang on, I want to hear that again.
2 minutes after that call, he talks to Dad on his cell. So probably didn't talk to Dad on the landline, and then a few minutes later talked to him on the cell. Garcia and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee. This is June 4th, 2014. Rivera notes that Garcia is in possession of a piece of paper. Paper has a photo on it and some information. This information allowed them to locate and follow Dan Markel's vehicle, a black Honda Accord with the tag number 534YBM.
Okay, from what Georgia Cappleman just said, she has not claimed or asserted that the license plate was written on the piece of paper that was given to Sigfredo for instructions. That was not exclaimed, and I don't believe that that has ever been verified or even suggested by either McBanoa or Rivera. Those are the only two that might have known, but I don't believe that's ever. And I know that people made this big thing of Dan's license plate being in Donna's big book of plans, her book of plans. I never saw the use of giving that to the killers. The license plate, well, I've got his address. Here's his address. But are you going to go and check every fucking black Honda Accord in the city and check their license plate? I don't think so. I mean, it might have been. I'm not saying it wasn't, but it wasn't essential.
Information that the defendant had written in her 2014 planner. Wendy and Jeff.
See, it is written in the planner. It's verified there. Oh, look, even Dan's car was a year younger than Wendy's. What else is on this page? The big book of plans. Wendy, Dr. Lee. No press club membership. I don't know what that means. Club membership. W. Regan. Charlie's 2012 MO. VIN number. Mercedes CL 5500. 55. Is it 55? 550. Yeah, I mean, it's in there, but I'm not convinced that it was written down as part of this plan.
Lacoste have their coffee date, at which she cancels their planned trip to California on July 11th.
Hey, look, there's a tennis racket on the wall. A really shit one. You took my tennis racket that was signed by Venus Williams, and you gave me this?
The 17th, she offers no real explanation for why she's canceling, except to say that she's real worried about being able to pick up the boys on the 18th. The 18th, of course, ends up being the day that Dan Markel is killed. Later that night, Jeff Lacoste goes to Wendy's, and she's a nervous wreck. She won't tell him what's wrong, but her stomach's upset, and he goes and gets her Pepto-Bismol. The killers are in town when that happens. The hitmen spend a day and a half following Dan Markel around Tallahassee. Here they are near the park there by his residence. They scope out his residence, and although Rivera had already purchased the murder weapon, a revolver that he got on the streets for the express purpose of killing Dan Markel, they lost him, or he was with the kids, or for whatever reason they did not get the job completed on the June trip. After the hitmen fail to get the job done, Charlie tells Donna on June 7th of 2014 that he's still working on Dad's birthday present, and she says, "I know you'll come through." Sometime around June 11th, Jeff Lacoste went over to Wendy's residence and observed her living room TV to have some impact damage. This was the same TV that Charlie got Wendy as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. The location and damage to the set did not appear consistent with something the kids could have caused, at least to Jeff. Note that this is over a month before the murder that Jeff observes this damage, so it was hung out there for a while. June 13th, the defendant has a note in her calendar to consider canceling Harvey's birthday party if that's what he wants to do. Now this is between the June and July trips, that there's a note to herself to talk to Harvey about whether or not he wants to cancel the party. Rob Adelson testified that there was no illness or anything going on in the family that he knew of that would potentially result in the canceling of Dad's party. This note may be contemplating that if the murder had happened on the June trip, that Harvey might decide it's not appropriate to go through with the party and we need to cancel these invitations. Wendy took a photo with Catherine Magbanua on the beach 2 days after that note to self in the planner. Here she is in front of the South Beach condo, pictured with Catherine Magbanua. That photo was taken June 15th of 2014. Wendy sends Rob a text with a picture of her and Jeff Lacasse. This is June 28th of 2014. She includes a request to her brother Rob not to tell her parents about her relationship with Jeff. This suggestion of a secret boyfriend later prompted Rob to suggest Jeff as a potential suspect to the FBI, a secret boyfriend. This was also a little odd that she sent this because Wendy never talked to Rob about her boyfriends, and also because Jeff had already met her parents several times. June 30th of 2014, the defendant comes and gets Wendy and the boys from Tallahassee to take them down to Miami. Remember how she doesn't let Wendy drive with the boys to Miami. She rents a car and comes here and picks them up and drives them to Miami herself. And I think Harvey comes with her. Wendy was to be in South Florida for 2 weeks. In the time between the June and the July trip, Charlie begins to put more pressure on Catherine Magbanua to get the murder done. On several occasions when he and Magbanua were discussing the murder, Charlie would step out of the room to call his mother and then return and advise her that the murder needed to get done as soon as possible because his parents were so stressed and worried about Wendy's situation. Charlie painted Dan Markel as an awful person to Catherine Magbanua. He was making Wendy's life hell. He was stressing out her parents. Katie knew somebody who could get this thing done, and he wanted it done. Magbanua understood that the murder was needed urgently to relieve the stress on Charlie's mother.
Medium rare.
July 1st, 2014, we have a single call from Garcia to Harvey Adelson. This call did not connect. Appears like it went to voicemail. And we would later learn from Magbanua that this was after an incident in which her two love interests, Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, had a little bit of a run-in. Garcia was angry and jealous about Magbanua dating Charlie and tried to confront Charlie. After this attempted confrontation, it's believed that Garcia was trying to call Charlie, but ended up getting Harvey. And that was that one hang-up call, but it ended up being important because it showed up on the tower dump, Garcia's number, and then when we cross-referenced it with all the Adelson numbers, that was the first match that gave us Sigfredo Garcia's name. We would later learn that the real connection between the Adelsons and the killers was Catherine Magbanua and her relationship with Charlie Adelson. The text messages found in Charlie's iCloud corroborate what Magbanua says about the interactions and the call made the day before. So here she's saying basically Garcia's being ridiculous and childish. Harvey's birthday Evite goes out on July 3rd of 2014. The Evite addresses the boys by the last name Adelson. Their name was Markel. This is 2 weeks before the murder of Dan Markel. Even though the Evite says hosted by Donna and the party was for Harvey, the defense has suggested that it was Harvey and not Donna that sent the Evites. The evidence showed otherwise, and Corbett told you there was some follow-up from Donna with the Evite people. She sent that email. A text is sent from Wendy's phone.
No. Sent what email? I sent an email about adult incontinence diapers.
Dan Markel on July 6th of 2014. At the time this text was sent, the phone was present at the South Beach condo where the defendant lived. Dan Markel confirms, yes, I'm going to be in town to get murdered, not specifically, but he's asked, are you going to be in town July 14th or the 18th? Those are the dates the killers were here. And this, despite the fact that the schedule for that week had already been decided way before this text. And Wendy was already scheduled to have the boys on that Wednesday, which is what she's asking about. She doesn't ask about the whole week that he's got the kids. She only asks about the 14th through the 18th. And I think the killers ended up coming to Tallahassee on the 15th through the 18th. Obviously, Dan Markel was killed on the 18th. July 11th, 2014, the defendant comes back to Tallahassee to bring Wendy and the boys home. Okay, so bringing her home from the Harvey birthday party. That same day, both Harvey Adelson and the defendant separately, 8 minutes apart, email Wendy Adelson about her TV repair appointment that's going to happen on the day of the murder.
Bubbles!
July 13th, Wendy and Lacoste meet at Wendy's house, and she's an emotional wreck again for no apparent reason.
Yeah, no apparent reason. Just an emotional wreck. I know you spoke to me 15 minutes ago and I was really cheerful. But now you're here, I'm angry. I'm angry because of you. Yeah, you can follow me to yoga, but we'll take separate vehicles.
Then Lacoste impeached her regarding some statements that she made during a discussion of their relationship that evening in the context of, you know, you got to get past this moving to Miami thing. I mean, you're not going to be able to move to Miami. And she says, you know, yeah, it's not an issue unless something happens to Dan. And she says, can I tell you something in confidence? And she makes the chilling statement at that time that her brother, besides joking about hiring a hitman because it was buying a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman, he also, in fact, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel. This conversation occurred just 5 days before the murder. July 15th, the Prius is rented. July 16th, Rivera and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee. July 17th, Rivera and Garcia follow Dan Markel around Tallahassee. July 18th, murder day. You guys okay? Anybody need a break? Okay. July 18th, 8:11 a.m., the defendant texts Wendy about the TV repair appointment. The TV repair appointment was planned for between 8 a.m. and noon that day. And she says they are on their way over now to help you with the TV sets in your living room. In case she didn't know which TV set it was. This is the TV that Charlie bought as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Could it be a coincidence that this TV is also the alibi for Wendy on the day of the murder? While he's being murdered by a hitman?
Yeah.
And then
I
as we
said,
know, the defendant...
no, Georgia, in the joke it was hit penguin. Yeah, I looked into hiring a hit penguin for a divorce present, but the TV was cheaper, so I got you the hit penguin. No, I got you the TV instead of the hit penguin. But in real life, it was a man.
Later uses TV as code when she's speaking on those wiretap calls. 8:20 a.m., Wendy texts Charlie, "This is so sweet." We don't know what it means, but she put that...
Yeah, not too shabby. Pricey, though, isn't it? How much is a fucking pint in Australia? That'll be $85. Well, for one beer? Yeah. We're very far away from everywhere. So everything has to come and, you know, it's $85. In fact, it just went up. It's $92 for your beer.
She's texted him that, and then she deleted it sometime between the time.
Then you go and get a packet of cigarettes, and it's like, okay, yeah, 20 fucking Marlboro. Okay, that'll be $485.
Time it was sent, 8:20 a.m., and the time that her phone was cell-brighted or downloaded at the police station later that day. 9:04 a.m.
10 to 15 bucks. Can you imagine? Yeah. So do you not do rounds anymore in Australia? I'll get a round in. Let me just go and sell my car first, and then I'll be able to afford it. You know? Yeah. No. That'll be for Castlemate. That'll be for Castlemate, please. I bet they all drink Asahi now. I bet they all drink Asahi in Australia. So what do you think? That Japanese beer?
Dan Markell leaves a voicemail for Wendy telling her he's headed to the gym and wants to know if it's okay for him to pick up the boys early and take them swimming that afternoon. Wendy says,
I'm not from Australia, but my godfather is Australia famous. You know, but infamous. He committed the biggest fraud in Australian history, which is nice. It's just a nice fact.
no, he cannot take the boys swimming after school that day. Meanwhile, what's going on across town? The Prius is following Dan Markell into the gym parking lot. There it is at 9:16 a.m. 9:19 a.m. to 9:37 a.m., Charlie and Wendy talk for 18 minutes. Wendy and Dan argue back and forth a bit about him wanting to take the boys swimming, but after getting off the phone with Charlie, Wendy concedes the argument with Dan and says, okay, you can pick them up and bring them back to me when you're done swimming. But of course the swimming plan didn't happen because
Hang on, did they show us the message?
either one of them makes is Sigfredo Garcia to Catherine Magbanoa. They want their money. Where is Magbanoa getting the money? From Charlie. 12:45. So while the killers are calling Magbanoa,
What's Shasta talking about now? There's a case, I'm trying to remember the name. It involves a coke dealer who murdered the mother of his child, then worked with his driver to hide the body. I think he ran a nitro coffee business. Don't know. But we could do with the coffee if anyone wants to support the channel on the last day of 2025. The final day. Checks and balances. Yeah, go to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix or PayPal, which is very good. Very good.
and heading south, Wendy goes out of her way to visit the crime scene, encounters a roadblock and crime scene tape. Per the officer at the roadblock, she would have been able to clearly see the police activity at her former residence. The residence where her children currently lived
Yeah, we did a bunch of stuff on Depp Heard. We did a bunch of stuff. You just go to the channel page. Go to our channel page and search at the top for Johnny Depp. Or just Depp. Yeah, that'll come up.
at the time and where they woke up that morning. Yet she abruptly turns around and leaves. She does not make contact with the officer to ask what's going on. She does not call the police to inquire. She does not call Dan Markell to say, are you okay? There's a bunch of cops at the house. She does not call the daycare to make sure her children arrive that morning and are okay. Instead, she proceeds to the ABC Liquors, purchases her Bullet Bourbon at $12.49. She's later approached by law enforcement at lunch and gives a law enforcement interview in which she says, my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else. This echoes Rob Adelson's testimony that his mother hated Dan Markell at the time of his murder. And even from the periphery, it was known to Ryan Fitzpatrick as Charlie's friend that his mother did not like Dan Markell. In her law enforcement interview, Wendy suggests her mother is someone who is very angry at Dan Markell. She suggests Charlie when asked if someone might do this on her behalf. She calls her mom, and the defense has put that call into evidence. 7:04 p.m., she tells her mom that there's been a shooting, and afterwards, Wendy expresses relief that they sounded surprised. 8:59, defendant arrives at Charlie's with the murder money. How do we know she went there and that they aren't just old people?
They were old people, right? Have you ever been old, detective? Have you ever driven a car and really needed a piss? Every 10 minutes? That'd be annoying, wouldn't it? Driving to fucking Tallahassee from Miami, and Harvey Adelson every fucking 5 miles has got to get out and take a piss. I'm gonna stop. No, I think there's a rest area. And then we're gonna need to have lunch because of blood sugar. Yeah, old. We're old.
That drive really slow. Well, there's a text message outside your house. I guess we're gonna find out what that means, but I guess it's not gonna be outside your house. And he says 10 men. Guess we're gonna find out what that means, but apparently it doesn't mean I'll be there in 10 minutes and meet you there and get the money. About 10 o'clock, Catherine Magbanua joins Charlie at the house. Here they are making plans for that meeting. Next slide, please. Charlie answers the door with a gun in his hand. He's extremely amped up. He tells Magbanua, my parents just left. They both end up taking Xanax and sleeping over there for the night. The next morning, July 19th, 2014. So this is early morning hours, 1:25 a.m. I think we need the next slide. Yeah, 1:25 a.m., Donna and Harvey arrive at their Orlando hotel. In the morning, Charlie puts the money in Catherine Magbanua's trunk. She's seen at 9:33 a.m. approximately, heading south toward Rivera's house, where she's going to meet up ultimately with Rivera and Garcia and give them the money. Garcia takes the money out of the trunk where Charlie Adelson put it and divides it up between the three of them. Magbanua says she did not count her cut, but we know she put some of it in the bank, creating the largest monthly cash spike of any of the records we examined for her bank. This cash spike also occurs at a time when Magbanua was not employed. Rivera says his understanding was the job paid $100,000 total to be split between the three.
Look at that spike. You know, bank records, huh? They're just there. Why would you put it in the bank?
And that the cut that he received was roughly a third of that at $35,000. We don't know.
Hey, super cool. Menace to society. Above the law. We just gotta go and kill this law professor, then we get these shiny bikes.
The amount of Garcia's cut, but we know he got at least enough to buy a car
Boom!
and a motorcycle.
Oh. Maria, let's go to New York. Boom! That's not New York. What's with the music? I've never understood fireworks. I don't give a fuck. Oh! Ah! Ooh! Fuck off. I don't get it at all. Anyway, Happy New Year, Metrix. Happy New Coffee, Metrix. 2026. Of course, it's 5 a.m. here already. Boom! Is that enough? What the hell is it? Okay, I think we're done. We had about a minute. See ya. Happy New Year, everybody.
All right, so
Please do support the channel. Support 2026. Support 2026. We did a fucking good start to this new year after the pain and suffering of the last 3 months. It's just not been the same since Donna's trial. Hopefully, we'll get the closure we need from this lady with the blonde hair and the red suit.
July 20th, the defendant and Harvey Adelson take Wendy and the boys back to South Florida. 2 days after, not even 48 hours after Dan Markell is shot. They're gone. Relocation granted. On the way, Wendy receives a call from Detective Isom. She tells him that the call's breaking up, and she hangs up, afterwards referring him to her lawyer. Catherine Magbanua that day.
I can't hear you, sir. Shh. I'm just about to go through a tub. Throws it out the window. Yeah. There's bad reception. What? Who? What?
Or thereabouts, opens her Ziploc bag of money and finds her cut to be $100 bills stapled together in $1,000 stacks. How we know Charlie keeps his money. She
Everyone
also
told
notes
us.
that her cut is damp and moldy. She mentions this to Charlie, and he tells her that his mother washed the money. Not like laundered, like washed. Rob Adelson gets a
With
call from
dish soap.
Donna Adelson advising him not to talk to the FBI. What? Rob Adelson gets a call from this defendant advising him not to talk to the FBI, just in case they call. He says, well, I already did. She says, well, you don't know anything anyway, and hangs up. July 24th, 2014, Dan Markell was laid to rest in Canada. His children were not in attendance. August of 2014, the defendant registers the
It's hard to Skype with two toddlers, Georgia. Imagine taking them on a plane.
older child
I should take them on the plane and breastfeed both of them at the same time.
for flag football under the last name Adelson. His name is Markell. This
What was
is
the date of
1
that?
month
After.
their father was killed, and already he's being erased from their lives.
Ben
Within 1
Adelson.
year, their names would be legally changed to Adelson. Nine 12 of 14.
Don't worry about it, Bubbles. I've been saving up the goodies, man. You know. Just haven't wanted to do it in this horrible, disgusting fucking season. You know. Do you have crackers in Australia? I don't think they have them in the States. Crackers, you know, Christmas crackers that you pull and they go bang, and there's a little fucking paper hat in there, and a shit toy, and a joke that's not even a good joke. You know. And they're rubbish. They're fucking rubbish. And people still do them, don't they? They sit down and they have their Christmas fucking meal. And they pull these crackers. And they put on their fucking paper hat. And everyone shows their fucking toy to the people at the table. And then tells the fucking joke. What is the matter with you? I mean, if crackers were any good, you'd have them at other times of the year, right? Just random times. On a whim. Just like, hey, you know what? You know what? Tonight, shall we get some crackers? That'll be fun. Yeah. We'll have a bottle of wine and crackers. Unbelievable. And I can accept. I know that it's really not in the future that the entire society will join me and say, cancel this fucking holiday. That's not going to happen. I'm never going to see that in my lifetime. It'll happen eventually. But for now, all I ask is lose the fucking crackers. And Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Kiwi. Hope you had a good Christmas. Yeah, so no, there's great things coming out in the fucking new year. Support those good things on buymeacoffee.com, but I haven't wanted to do them in December. And I don't even want to do them in fucking January. Because January's a shit month as well. Because now that we've had the shit month, everyone has to get back to normal and have another shit month. Great. Thank you. So happy 2026.
The defendant refers to the younger child by the last name Adelson. 9/17 of 14. The first.
See, check this out. A cardboard domino set. Wow. Well, it's better than one of those stupid fucking miniature tape measures.
Check is written to Catherine McBanoa, signed by this defendant. This is the murder money.
Murder money.
Even though Charlie has signing authority on this account, he could write these checks. He chooses to connect his elderly mother to a murder payment? If she wasn't involved, there is no reason in the world.
Why don't you involve yourself and put your name on paper? Okay, I'm going to tell you, but don't tell anyone. But while you're not telling anyone, yeah, get really involved in the paper trail and put your details on record in your own handwriting. Yeah, that'd be great.
World why she would write these checks. The defense said in opening that Charlie told Donna to write the checks because it was his business. But half of these checks were written after the business was sold back to Harvey on October 2nd, 2015. Regardless of who owned the business.
Well, members of the jury, you are to rely on your memory of the evidence in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And regardless of who owned the business at the time, all the Adelsons had an interest in the Adelson Institute. All three of them had signing authority on that checkbook. But the defendant is the one that wrote that check. September 17, 2014, and the 43 checks that followed.
Bubbles says, I obviously had an elite cracker. That's something that happened in the early 2000s, I think. Because it used to be all crackers were absolute complete shit. But then, all the people that sell the crackers thought, I know. What we'll do is we'll make a box of crackers to sell at Christmas, and we'll make it 40 times the price. So people were buying these boxes of crackers for like £100. £100 under the notion that the gifts in the crackers would be better. And I think they had a thicker, shinier foil cardboard that the crackers were made out of. They were like exclusive upmarket crackers. And I think I had one once at someone's house, and the toy was still shit. I mean, you know what would be better than a toy that's a bit better, a gift that's a bit better? Like just buying something that you want. I think they come from a time when gunpowder, because there's this little bit of gunpowder in the thing, and it pops, makes a noise and bang, a bit of smoke. At a time when gunpowder had just been discovered, maybe that was impressive. But not anymore. Not anymore at all, no.
Is that consistent with what we've heard? That she would just write the checks and not ask any questions? We've heard that she is assertive, she's controlling, she's a details person. She ran that business and those people's lives. She ran a tight ship. We've seen her weekly planners where she plans out every detail of her own life, making meticulous notes. She kept detailed information about Dan Markell and lots of other things. Rob Adelson testified that she's not the type of person who's just going to do something someone tells her to do. She's going to be asking questions. And we heard that Charlie testified that he told his mother about extortion. He says he was being extorted, right? All right, let's fast forward to October of 2015. Charlie's had a couple girlfriends since the murder and is now dating June Mchinda. Remember her? June, one of Charlie's girlfriends that testified, she said they were enjoying a fairy tale relationship in October of 15. During her relationship with Charlie, June observes that Charlie packages his money in an unusual way. $100 bills stapled into $1,000 stacks. June also observes the defendant to be in control of the family and super involved with the grandchildren. However, she found it odd that nobody in the family seemed curious about who killed Dan Markell, nor did they seem upset about the murder.
Man, if June Mchinda has worked you out, you're not doing well. You're not going to do well in front of the FBI. June's around the Adelsons thing. Something is up. Something is just not quite. They're not worried. They're not interested in who did this. That's weird. If June Mchinda spots you, you should not be pulling off a fucking murder. Come on.
Rob Adelson also noted a complete lack of curiosity on the part of his mother about this murder in the family. When he asked what the defendant thought happened to Danny, she said, quote, "I don't know and I don't care."
So do you really think that's going to happen, Maria? May 2026, bring Wendy to justice. I mean, I just don't have an answer for what would take any longer. There's nothing that would take any longer. What would it be? Nothing. Unless the invisible person that is preventing her arrest dies and can no longer do that. I mean, you know, who is it? Who does she have dirt on? Who could it be?
It doesn't concern me. As someone who liked details and who always stayed on top of everything, her total lack of interest in who killed her former son-in-law, her grandchildren's father, is totally out of character. From July of 14 to April of 16, Donna Adelson got everything she wanted. Wendy and the kids.
Maybe they're waiting for sons to come of age. Why would they do that? That's not how it works, Maria. That's not a reason. The prosecutor's office doesn't go, okay, well, we want to arrest this person for murder, but she's got two boys that are like 16 and 13 or whatever it is. That's not how it works. You think it's just not how it works, Maria. Nothing has ever worked like that. They put fucking Sigfredo and Katie on at the same time. Two parents of the same children. I mean, nowhere has that ever been done. I mean, that's just no. And people reach for things like that, which makes it all the more clear that there really isn't a reason. You know, there's just no reason. And that's concerning. That's concerning for us that are hoping for an arrest. Because if there's not a reason that we can find why she hasn't been arrested yet, why should we believe that something should happen in the future that would enable her arrest? I mean, it is not believable to me that they're waiting for new evidence, or they're trying to get expert to listen to some audio that's fuzzy. You know, fuck all that. How long do they want? There's no way it could be that.
We're in South Florida where she could...
Oh. Bethany Miles, I want to help hype the channel too. The content is amazing, hoping for an amazing and growth-filled year for the channel. Yeah, me too.
Drop them off and pick them up, manage their schoolwork, their tennis, their piano lessons, and have her sunshines with her every day. All the while, she's steady paying for the murder of their father.
I'm just having this horrific vision of Donna Adelson driving a station wagon with Ben and Lincoln in the back, and Donna's in the front just maniacally singing to herself on the radio, "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine." How sick would that be? That'd be a great fucking opener to the movie, right? Wide shot on an open Florida road, just a straight line down to Miami, right? Not a car on the road except a 1980 Oldsmobile station wagon. And and then it's the zoom mid-range shot of Donna where you can see the kids in the back. And she's just staring out of the window, and you can tell that she's making a plan. She's got that plan face. And then on the radio comes that song with the sunshines. She starts humming it and singing it. And then it cuts to a shot in the back of the kids, and they just look at each other like, what the fuck? You know, where's our mother? Where's Ava? We want to go swimming. Sushi, again?
Everyone is living their best life, thinking they've gotten away with murder until the bump. Everything changed on April 19th, 2016 when the...
God, they must have been walking on air for those 2 years, huh? Charlie's feeling like a fucking stone cold gangster. You know? Yeah. That's what they get when they fuck with me. I send my people, they get it done.
The bump occurred. The undercover approaches Donna and hands her a piece of paper. The most human reaction in the world is to look at the paper. Uh-oh. I think we got one more. There we go. The defense told you in opening that this defendant is a normal person just like you and me. There is nothing normal about the way she conducts herself in the minutes, hours, and days after the undercover approaches her with that paper. The bump and the wire were designed to expose the co-conspirators and their roles in this conspiracy, and it did. Here, we're just 10 minutes later. There's only one thing a normal person would do if approached on the street by a stranger who appears to be threatening harm to them in some way. A normal, or maybe I should say an innocent person would, 1, look at the paper. She didn't do that. 2, get to safety. Get help, contact law enforcement or your husband or somebody that's going to come help you. Get somewhere safe. What you would not do is lead the bad guy right to the grandchildren. The last thing a normal, innocent person would do is go get her little grandchildren and walk right back down the same block with them where this stranger just approached her. But that is exactly what she does. Then she gets on the phone with Charlie and says absolutely nothing about Dan Markell.
Oh, I got handed some paperwork. Oh, just a little problem. No, probably the two of us.
Pictures on the paper. What she does say on the wire, which by the way is direct evidence. I know y'all like that. Some direct evidence. When Charlie ask Donna on States 99 call A.
Does it involve me or other people?
Well,
What's that?
probably what you know. Generally, confidential.
Right.
Does it involve me or other people? Well, probably both of us. That is direct evidence. If anyone in that jury room wants to acquit her, make them tell you how that is not a confession. In call B, Charlie calls back because he can't stand it. And he asks his mother, will you send me a picture of the bump flyer?
Now, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me the salt second?
No, I don't want to do that. Well, why not? Why not? Normal, nice little old lady who knows nothing about this murder and has nothing to do with it. If Charlie's the one making you write the checks and Charlie's the one that knows something about it, send him a picture of it. He's asking for it. She doesn't want to do that. Why not? Call C, Charlie calls back to say,
So one thing I decided to don't talk about things in the apartment or anything.
don't talk about things in the apartment. Oh, obviously. Obviously, we can't talk about things in the apartment.
Yeah.
What's up?
Don't talk about things in the apartment. Any things. Nothing. It's worth learning sign language. If you're going to go to the trouble of risking your entire fucking life to do a murder plot, couple of months lessons, sign language, would it really be that difficult? Come in handy, wouldn't it? Or you could just write things down, but then you've got burnt after reading. Sign language. You're risking your entire life. The penalty is either life in prison or death. I mean, take the couple of months, you know? Plus, you've got a new skill.
Obvious. Is it obvious to you?
What is kind of exactly what they asked for?
The TV is probably about 5.
This TV was probably about 5. She's the original code talker. This TV, and look what he says. Oh, they asked you for $5,000. He decodes it. He's not the one talking in code. He's decoding it and saying what he's picking up what she's putting down. There's no TV mentioned by the undercover operative that approached Donna Adelson on the street. A couple big takeaways for you, please. Innocent people do not talk in code. Second big takeaway, TV is code for the murder throughout this case. You got Charlie's joke, Wendy's chilling statement to Jeff Lacasse, the alibi of the TV, and now here we've got this TV again. A TV that's the alibi for Wendy. It sat broken for over a month so that a repairman could come out to be her alibi on the morning of the murder. An appointment that her parents set up for her, which was pointless because the TV was smashed and of course could not be repaired. Then she claimed she had an 18-minute phone call with Charlie about the fact that a smashed TV can't be fixed before she got in her car and went to the crime scene, where she did not get out of her car or make any phone calls or make any inquiries about what was going on at the house where her kids lived. Then Donna says that the undercover mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, I,
You mentioned, ex-girlfriend.
Whereby, without knowing which ex-girlfriend, Charlie calls not his most recent ex-girlfriend, not the one before that. He only calls one, Catherine Magbanowa, because that's the only one he did a murder with. Because he probably did have a general idea what his mother was talking about. When Charlie brings up going to the police, his mother says, that's not a good idea. Why not? Then instead of notifying the police, Charlie and the defendant leave the safety of her very secure building and meet at a marina just 300 yards from where she was approached by the undercover. They were observed speaking very intensely to each other in low tones. After that meeting, Charlie goes to Dolce Vita. This is the restaurant where he meets up with Catherine Magbanowa, and we are able to capture some of that conversation that was had there. In that recording, we hear Charlie make statements that are not only incriminating, but that also are totally inconsistent with the defense that he would later offer at trial. Pause on the wiretap here for a moment just to go to what his defense was and what we've learned about that defense. I told you earlier that he said that Magbanowa, Garcia, and Rivera acted alone. They just came to Tallahassee and killed Dan Markel, kind of in the hopes that they would get paid. There are several pieces of evidence that Charlie had to explain, and he designed a defense that he thought would do that. First, he had to explain that he's got this close connection between his girlfriend and the hitman. So the obvious defense there is, she heard me griping about Markel and she thought she was doing me a favor, so she did it on her own. Well, the problem with that is, normally you're not going to have your extortionist spend the night with you. You're not going to have the woman that has murdered your former brother-in-law spend the night with you. You're not going to inquire about her plans to go to the pool the next morning if she's, just murdered your ex-brother-in-law. So to explain these messages, he testified that he did not believe she was a part of it. She wasn't one of the extortionists. I was extorted by the killers. I had nothing to do with it. No one in my family had anything to do with it. But I thought that Magbanowa was just a victim of the hitmen too. She was a go-between for them. She was protecting him from them. All the money he and his mom were paying her, cash and checks, were going to the hitmen, not for the benefit of Catherine Magbanowa. Even the checks that were being deposited into her bank account, he said he believed she was taking out and giving the money to the killers. It was just funneling through her account so she could get insurance for her kids. So Charlie testified that he had previously mentioned to Magbanowa the $1 million offer that his family was going to give Dan Markel, and from that she deduced, he's got a bunch of money. So she ran her mouth to her associates, and her associates took it upon themselves somehow to figure out who Dan Markel is and where he was and kill him on their own. Per Charlie, it was Katie alone that came to him on the night of the murder and demanded money on behalf of the hitmen, with the threat that if he didn't pay, they would kill him or other members of his family. Since he didn't have that much money, Magbanowa then negotiated a layaway plan with the hitmen for him to pay her monthly.
Could he pay you month by month? Go in and get our money or tell him he's dead. She comes back out. Okay, I got some of it, but the rest. Now, could we work out a plan? A scheduled plan over time? Money over time?
To go toward this amount of money that the hitmen were demanding. He agreed. He opened up his safe, not at gunpoint or anything, and gave her all the money that was in there. And because she needed to show proof of employment to get insurance, that's why that money was funneling through her account. It was all for the extortionist. The problem for Charlie with that was that he had already agreed to put Magbanowa on the payroll between the two trips. You see here in June, he hadn't done it yet, but he says no problem. Okay, so he'd already agreed to do it before she allegedly extorted him.
No problem. You need any car repairs as well? What about that cruise? You want to take your mother on a cruise? No problem.
Even though he had signing authority, it's this defendant that wrote this for you.
You know, I know that I'm already giving you $3,000 a month or week or whatever it was. I know I'm giving you all that, but I feel protected by you. Because you're keeping me safe. So you want a cruise?
For checks. So if he's being extorted, why doesn't he write the checks? It's this extortion theory that we're saying that the defendant adopted when she heard Charlie's testimony and texted everyone she knew that what he just said on the witness stand was the truth. There's a concept in the law known as adoptive admissions.
I'm so glad that it's finally come out, the truth. We're healing. This is a good way to heal. Finally, truth is out. Truth is out. The truth is finally out. I've carried this burden. Oh, my old back is crushed under the burden of the lie.
That's when one party makes a statement and the statement is adopted as the truth by another person. So when Charlie says in those first couple wire calls, if there's a threat, you go to the police, it's of interest that Donna doesn't say, what do you mean if there's a threat? We've been extorted for 2 years. There's been a threat for 2 years.
Do you think it could be a threat? Let's go over the evidence. We've been extorted for 2 years, and now someone is coming to us and threatening us and demanding money. Do you think that could be related?
Charlie did tell his best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump.
Best friend. He only sent one text in 2013.
So what I want to highlight here is the difference between their conduct during this alleged extortion that was going on for 2 years versus the way they act after the bump, which we know was a ruse, but was supposed to be like a blackmail effort. So Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. He also tells him about the confrontation with Garcia in the roadway on July 1st, 2014, but he never previously confided in Ryan Fitzpatrick about, even though it's his best friend, about being extorted for 2 years by this girlfriend of his or her associates. Ryan also noted a major change in Charlie's demeanor around the time of the bump. He was displaying a level of stress and anxiety that was not present before the bump, evidencing that his story about being extorted the whole time is false. June Mchinda noticed these changes in Charlie's behavior as well, but she also noted a major change in this defendant's demeanor after the bump. Although she didn't know about the bump, around this time she observed the defendant to be a mess. She had a swollen face, was crying, and said she was on painkillers for stress. On the balcony of the Icon, which I'm not sure this is the right balcony, but some high-rise, the defendant told June Mchinda she felt Danny was haunting her from the grave. Why would she make that statement unless she felt guilty about having wronged Dan Martell? So keeping that all in mind, let's see if the other evidence in the case makes sense with this Charlie version of events that this defendant has adopted. Starting with his statements to Catherine Magbanowa at the Dolce Vita restaurant. Charlie says to Catherine Magbanowa, if they had evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Like his mother, Charlie emphasizes that the co-conspirators should not talk about what they know on the phone. the cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder, right? I mean, why are we not talking on the phone if we had nothing to do with it? Why are we not talking on the phone if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? Why are we not reporting it to the police if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? If the cops are listening, we're not reporting it to the cops because we're afraid they'll come kill us if we do that. Well, talk about it on the phone. If they're listening, they'll hear and they'll know you're being extorted, but they don't do that because it's bull. Discussion about how he's going to start arming himself. So Charlie says at Dolce Vita, I'm going to start, I don't remember his words exactly, but he's going to start carrying a gun and he's prepared to shoot. And he goes through a scenario where, you know, he might have to kill somebody in his driveway and the cops will not ask any questions because he's a dentist. If he's been an extortion victim for 2 years, why is he just now starting to carry a gun? And then he says, if somebody comes up to me asking for money in my house, he's going to shoot them. This is the same guy that's been like too paralyzed by fear over the last 2 years to report his victimization to the police or to anyone. This is a guy of considerable resources that could, I don't know, get some muscle or some help or some something. Not just roll over and open his safe and give all his money to some girl that's not even armed. This is a tough guy that would never tolerate somebody coming up to him at his house and asking for money. But he's talking to the woman who supposedly did that exact thing, came into his house and asked him for money. He doesn't mention, well, I gave you the money, but I'm not giving this guy any money. You know, it's like they don't mention this extortion. So you see the problem. But this defendant doesn't see the problem. She says that that's the truth. The truth is out, thank goodness. The truth is out after we remained silent for so long. The defense does not have to prove anything, but through cross-examination and the witnesses they called, they chose to kind of suggest, you know, maybe Charlie was involved, maybe Wendy was involved. But there's no connection to our client. But Charlie's story was that he and his mom were involved in the sense that they were extorted by Catherine McVanola, so they knew who did the killing. They just didn't speak up because they were scared, because they were being extorted. Donna Adelson calls Charlie's story the truth when it suits her to support her son and proclaim his innocence during his trial, but now she kind of wants to distance herself from that because it's a ridiculous story. It's not the truth. The truth wasn't out. Don't let her distance herself. She adopted that statement as the truth. She's stuck with it.
Please approach. I'll take you to the jury room.
Yeah, leave everything right there on the chairs, please.
The room can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may argue what you're seeking to raise.
Thank you, Judge. The comments being made in the closing argument of the state, and I don't like to interrupt closing, so I apologize for that. But there have been several comments that have been made that are burden shifting and commenting on my client's right to remain silent. She's stood before this jury and said that the defense has some other version. She said this in a text, but now they're saying something different. We don't have an obligation to answer any of this. She's insinuating to the jury that we're going to come up there and provide her version of events. She chose not to testify.
Mr. Cappleman, any argument?
Well, you're still going to give her version of events. It's not like if she doesn't testify that you have to guess. We think, maybe, that Donna didn't do anything bad. And that all that evidence is false. Sit down, Tom Petty.
Ms. concerning this.
Ms. Adelson has made adoptive admissions and has suggested other alternative theories that have been developed through cross-examination. I'm entitled to comment on those theories.
Concerning this, Ms. Fulford, as I have heard the closing argument and the evidence, my recall of it, and my notes as well as to what occurred during the trial, there were adoptive admissions as it relates to statements that occurred during Charlie Adelson's trial. While she has not testified, the prosecutor has not made any direct comment on her not testifying in this trial. Also, as well, it is clear she has no burden to prove anything. The state is entitled to argue reasonable inferences from the evidence in the record. We will take a break at this time. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her. If anyone else needs to, please stretch your legs or use the restroom at this point as well. Ms. Cappleman, on my clock, you have 35 minutes remaining.
Your clock is flexible.
You need it.
Hey, Donna, why don't you hand out candies as they all walk out? That'd be good. That's what an innocent grandmother would do. I'm surprised she wasn't actually sat at defense table doing a jigsaw puzzle. Puzzle pieces. The seal of Florida. Where's our Judge Everett seal? Is it on the desktop? Should we put it up? Just like old times. Old times. Where is it? I must have it somewhere. Come on. Come on. Desktop. Okay. Oh. I don't know. Oh, there it is. Well, we have to now. We can't. Jay, where's Jay? Oh, yeah. Love that. Oh, it's too big. Oh, Judge. Wonder how he's getting on, eh? Where's he spending his New Year? Waffle House? Thank you, Judge. We love you. we hope you had a great year. What does it say at the bottom? In cake we trust. It's better than the original. By a mile.
When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant and her son in action working the problem. Neither of them would ever just lay down and let themselves get victimized by anyone. The bump is an actual recorded example of how these two act when they're threatened by an extortionist, in this case a blackmailer, and it's the complete opposite of how they say they've been acting before in the previous extortion. Several other things to note about this. Let's just compare like the two extortions, the prior one and the one with the bump. So when the bump happens, they resist, right? They don't open their safe up. It's only $5,000 compared to thousands and thousands of dollars they've been paying. $5,000, they don't pay. They resist. They take action. There are in-person meetings between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and eventually with Dad too, about the bump and what to do about it. The defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer. So she records this call, an action that wasn't taken in the 2 years that they were being extorted previously. Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump, although he never mentioned being extorted over the previous 2 years to Ryan Fitzpatrick. They investigate the bump. This defendant questions every aspect of the undercover. His look, his words, his behavior. You know, it's done like that, it's not done like that. Charlie enlists Catherine Magbanua to find out who it is and to handle it, right? Charlie says he's not going to take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if they mess with his family. Katie, I don't care what I spend. You'd better kill him because he's
Yeah, this is the line, isn't it? This is the mafia boss. If they fuck with my family, it's gonna be like fucking Nazi shit. Because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. You'd better kill him because he's gonna be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. And then I'll have someone else do you.
going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Now these guys want an extra $5,000. You're going to kill him when you've been paying, I don't know how many, $100 and some odd thousand over the past 2 years. You weren't killing anybody then. They don't pay the money. If Mrs. Adelson has been blindly writing these checks every 2 weeks for 2 years, and her son has been paying additional monies each month on the layaway plan to the extortionist, and they've done nothing to investigate it, nothing to report it, nothing to stop it, but now they're going to launch a full-scale investigation over $5,000 more dollars? They don't call out Catherine Magbanua. According to Charlie and this defendant, they've been paying Magbanua now for 2 years, or at least funneling money through her. And here Charlie is talking to the person that's been collecting that money over all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge in that Dolce Vita recording or even allude to this long history of payments he's been making to her. This long history of extortion that's been ongoing through her. While they're still in the restaurant, Charlie gives Magbanua instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated, so I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate, but do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on, and only use the words help and charity. Charlie proceeds to give Magbanua a whole lecture on blackmail, which is pretty ironic in light of the fact that his defense is she was blackmailing me or extorting him. And these are just a selection of the incriminating quotes from the Dolce Vita recording that you all heard. After the meeting with Magbanua at Dolce Vita, Charlie calls the defendant in call F and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Well, at this time, Catherine Magbanua is living with Sigfredo Garcia. Relationship advice. This means he talked to Katie and she's going to talk to Garcia and they're going to handle it and deal with the problem. Donna seems to understand this from the use of the term relationship advice. In call G, she's less sure than Charlie that this is the police. That's his theory. She's worried it might not be accurate. She says she has a different theory. He assures her repeatedly it's being handled, there's nothing to worry about, don't freak out. Magbanua does not want to make that phone call though, and neither does Garcia. And you hear him pretty emphatic on that wire that he's not making that phone call. But everybody starts lying to each other about having called it because everybody wants to reassure the co-conspirator up the chain that It's all good. I'm handling it. It's not going to come back on us. Charlie expresses concern that if they pay the money, they'll create a monster that will demand more and more and more money. And the defendant replies to that exactly. So these calls go up and down the train cars, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Donna to Charlie to Katie to Garcia and back, over and over again. In call R, Charlie is telling Magbanua that he has a very nice gift for Garcia's birthday. So if we think about his defense, the defense that this guy is extorting him after he, on his own, went and killed the ex-brother-in-law, he's gonna buy a birthday gift for the guy? The man that he knows killed Dan Markel? And Donna says this is the truth. The truth is out. Once Charlie and the defendant finally decide for sure that the bump is an undercover as opposed to a real gang member, bad guy, you have never seen two people so happy to be under investigation for first-degree murder in your whole entire life. They convince themselves that they're untouchable. It's just the FBI fishing. They don't have anything on us. If they had anything on us, we'd already be at the airport. They're thrilled about it. Even on the call that the defendant staged and recorded to the undercover where she's proclaiming her innocence, it's pretty interesting the words that she chooses. For example, she says, "I'm out of the loop." How odd is that statement? It implies she knows there's a loop and she's not in it. The evidence has shown that the co-conspirators in this case were all on a need-to-know basis for their own protection. That's why Catherine Magbanua wasn't shown the murder instructions. That's why no Adelson had any contact with the hitmen. And that's why the defendant didn't attend the murder meetings with Charlie Adelson and his mother. They were insulating each other. She was out of the loop on the stuff that the undercover was talking about. You know, my brother in Broward, Luis Rivera, she didn't know anything about Luis Rivera. She was out of the loop on that. But she was in the loop on Catherine Magbanua. She knew an ex-girlfriend met Catherine Magbanua. She knew that Catherine Magbanua needed to give relationship advice to deal with the problem with her baby daddy. She was in the loop on paying for this murder, and she was in the loop with Charlie to get a win for the Adelson family. In May of 2016, after the bump, the defendant stops writing checks. The bad guy comes up to you and wants more money, so what do? You stop writing the checks you've been writing for 2 years under some threat? She's still not going to the police, but apparently she's not scared anymore. She's going to stand up to him and stop writing the checks, okay? Why? Isn't it because she's gotten spooked, because she's figured out this is law enforcement and they're getting close? In May and June of 2016, Garcia and Rivera are arrested. The news of this makes it all the way to Rob Adelson's operating room. When Rob next speaks to his mother, he says, "Hey, they got the guys. They arrested the guy that shot Danny." Getting no response, he brings up the matter again, like, "Did you hear they got the guys that killed Danny?" And she responds, "I've got to go," and she hangs up. That is the last time that Rob Adelson has talked to his mother. Because he knew, and she knew he knew. A couple other problems for the defense that I want to point out as far as this whole Charlie story goes. These are kind of mind benders, so bear with me. In 2016, after the arrest of Garcia and Rivera, but before the arrest of Magbanua, there's a text indicating, this is Charlie to Donna. Charlie says, basically that his lawyer was meeting with Garcia's lawyer. If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer? This is your extortionist. In fact, regardless of whatever the defense is, why are the two of them meeting? Unless they have common interests. And while Charlie's lawyer is at this meeting, he runs into Magbanoa. Magbanoa hasn't been arrested yet. She's up there seeing Garcia's lawyer. Well, why is she doing that? According to Charlie's story,
I don't know, I think she was bringing him a bag of money that she found under the bed.
that this defendant adopted, Magbanoa is not in on it. She's a victim too of Garcia, her baby daddy, who's a bad dude. Why is she up at his lawyer's office?
I'm the victim. I'm the fucking victim.
When they learn that Magbanoa was up there, Charlie says, oh, my lawyer ran into Magbanoa while he was up there. He said she was nice and pretty, and Donna says, just like all your girlfriends. Well, why isn't she saying, what do you mean? Why is she up there? I thought she was a victim of Garcia, just like us. All right, so here's another text. This one's from August of 16. In this one, Charlie and the defendant are discussing a newspaper article in the Tallahassee Democrat, which talks about a drug dealer that the killers had contact with when they were here in Tallahassee from Miami. And somehow Charlie deduces this drug dealer is going to be the state's star witness, and they're basically spitballing alternative defenses. This is August of 2016. They've known, supposedly, who the killer was. The truth came out that the killer was Garcia and that they knew about it since the time of the killing. But here they are saying, well, maybe a drug dealer killed Danny and a drug deal gone bad. And this is because the extortion thing hadn't been invented yet. The extortion thing didn't get invented until right before Charlie's trial in 2023, when he's trying to think of what he's going to say from that witness stand to explain all the evidence against him. Rivera gives a proffer. That's on September 30th of 2016. Magbanoa gets arrested October 1st, 2016. You would think that if Charlie's story was the truth, he would be sleeping well for the first time in a long time, knowing that these folks that were taking his money and taking his mother's checks were off the streets and behind bars. But to the contrary, you've heard evidence that he started freaking out around that time, and so did the defendant, right? His behavior became erratic. He became angry, paranoid, stressed. Per June, he got a second phone. He started sleeping with a bag of clothes by the bed. He started communicating with her via WhatsApp. In April of 2022, Charlie gets arrested. In that Dolce Vita restaurant recording, he repeatedly refers to the bump as a blackmail attempt. He uses the word blackmail on the Dolce Vita recording. But in trial, he switches that up to extortion, claiming that he and his mom have been extorted by the hitmen. That was going on since 2014. But interestingly, in October 16th of 2023, so just 7 days before Charlie's trial started, this defendant, Donna Adelson, Googled the difference between blackmail and extortion. And the difference is that blackmail is the threat to expose some dirt on somebody. I know something about you, and if you don't pay up, I'm going to expose the dirt. Whereas extortion is the threat to harm somebody. You don't pay up, I'm going to harm you. Obviously, when they developed this defense in preparation for Charlie's trial, they realized the term blackmail was not a good word for them because it indicates they were somehow involved. You got to have some dirt. Okay, it needs to be extortion, threat of harm. We're totally innocent. They did this on their own. They came to us. They extorted us. The defendant doubles down on this. So yeah, she said the truth is out, the truth is out. What does that really mean? Well, she doubles down on it when she writes that script for the witness, Drina Bernhardt, who she solicited to come in here and perjure herself to you all. What does she write in the script? Extort, underlined. This script is Charlie's story. She's again adopting it by writing it out for her witness that she's trying to recruit to come in and deliver it to y'all. Which of course backfires. And according to the defense investigator who interviewed Bird, her first story involved the word extort. It's pretty unusual. Regardless of what you think of Drina and Bird, it's clear what the defendant was trying to do with them. I mean, when Drina Bernhardt had that script, and it read exactly like Charlie's whole story, with the exception of the part where he told his mom, it was in the defendant's handwriting. That was very compelling evidence that this defendant was trying to buy herself some witnesses. I do want to talk about one more piece that has to be dealt with regarding this whole story of the extortion. And that's that Wendy wasn't in on it. Okay, there's a text November 1st of 2023. So this is after the truth comes out. This defendant texts Wendy Adelson, her daughter, and acknowledges that Wendy doesn't know anything about all this extortion stuff. And like, sorry, we had to keep it from you for so long kind of thing. If Charlie's defense was the truth and Charlie...
So which one's this? I'm sorry this has been our life... I need to make this bigger. I'm sorry this has been our life for so many years. It's been torture. But your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. I think if you did, our relationship and you're with Charlie... How confusing is this, Donna? It's just... all of these Adelsons. They are illiterate. She's a fucking teacher. Okay, let's try it again. I'm sorry this has been our life for so many years. It's been torture. But your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. Okay, so what's that? I think if you did, our relationship and yours with Charlie would have been much different. Well, like better or worse? I hope he knew what he was doing. I hope he knew what he was doing. Your testimony was crucial. Let's see what a tainted Tallahassee jury does to him and to the rest of us. You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that. Yeah, I'll fly to Vietnam. And leave a recorded message of my plan to do so on the jail phone call. We can go to Vietnam. We're looking for a non-extradition. Yeah, I'll take care of that. Yeah, you're a dreamer. You're fucking fantasy. You know. You could do with some Jungian, trying to integrate your ego with your persona and yourself, and then your shadow. Ooh.
And this defendant knew there was a threat to Wendy and her kids from the people that killed Dan. It's a little shocking that they failed to mention it to her. Instead, they let her and the boys move to Miami, where the bad guys were, and, walk up and down the street without any extra protection or even knowing that the killers knew who they were and had threatened their...
Yeah, when Sigfredo Garcia's just looking to run over any Adelson he can, looking for extra Adelsons. It's going to be a massacre to run them down in his truck. He's fucking lucky he didn't hit Yardbird. And the boys weren't even there.
Lives and lived there in Miami. The defendant also acknowledges in this November 1st text at the bottom there. Next one. Previous one, maybe?
You can be seated. The objection is overruled. Ms. Cappleman, you may continue with your argument.
When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant and her son in action working the problem. Neither of them would ever just lay down and let themselves get victimized by anyone. The bump
The earphones thing, huh? I know, Donna. I know what's going to get you out of this, Donna. The evidence they've got against you is huge. Huge. They had to bring in 2 vans to give the discovery. That's how much paperwork, Donna, okay? But I've got it. The plan is you're going to wear headphones. And really shit ones, like the ones that they give you for free when you travel coach, which you've probably never done. Yeah, that's going to be the thing, because the jury are going to see, and they already know about your narrow ear canals, right? We got all that in the pre-trial motions. We did it. And they're going to feel sorry because you can't hear. So when the bump guy came up to you, you probably went, huh? And didn't know what he was talking about.
is an actual recorded example of how these two act when they're threatened by an extortionist, in this case a blackmailer, and it's the complete opposite of how they say they've been acting before in the previous extortion. Several other things to note about this. Let's just compare like the 2 extortions, the prior one and the one with the bump. So when the bump happens, they resist, right? They don't open their safe up. It's only $5,000 compared to thousands and thousands of dollars they've been paying. $5,000, they don't pay. They resist. They take action. There are in-person meetings between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and eventually with Dad too, about the bump and what to do about it. The defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer. So she records this call, an action that wasn't taken in the 2 years that they were being extorted previously. Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump, although he never mentioned being extorted over the previous 2 years to Ryan Fitzpatrick. They investigate the bump. This defendant questions every aspect of the undercover. His look, his words, his behavior. You know, it's done like that, it's not done like that. Charlie enlists Catherine Magbanua to find out who it is and to handle it, right? Charlie says he's not going to take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if they mess with his family. Katie, I don't care what I spend. You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Now these guys want an extra $5,000. You're going to kill him when you've been paying, I don't know how many, $100 and some odd thousand over the past 2 years. You weren't killing anybody then. They don't pay the money. If Mrs. Adelson has been blindly writing these checks every 2 weeks for 2 years, and her son has been paying additional monies each month on the layaway plan to the extortionist, and they've done nothing to investigate it, nothing to report it, nothing to stop it, but now they're going to launch a full-scale investigation over $5,000 more dollars? They don't call out Catherine Magbanua. According to Charlie and this defendant, they've been paying Magbanua now for 2 years, or at least funneling money through her. And here Charlie is talking to the person that's been collecting that money over all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge in that Dolce Vita recording or even allude to this long history of payments he's been making to her. This long history of extortion that's been ongoing through her. While they're still in the restaurant, Charlie gives Magbanua instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar. Of who's
so I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate, but don't contact these people again or they're going to the police. How long do you think it took for Charlie Adelson to compose that? You know, he's doing all the tips, isn't he? He's doing all the tips, kind of legal tips and avoiding acknowledgement of culpability, consciousness of guilt. You know, nothing can be proven in court. You know, things like don't commit. Hold, you know, and stick to only the facts that you are asserting. You know, be
Hey,
very.
bro, I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Boom! Sunny! Sunny day. Sunny day. What did Sunny tell us? Thank you, Sunny. Sunny says, Happy New Year, Metrix. Looking forward to more laughs in 2026. It's going to be a fucking good year, Sunny. All thanks to people like you, Sunny. People like you that don't let us dry up like a rusty, crusty prune, but help us, support us, and get us started in the new year, you know. Absolutely great. We should have more people like Sunny. Can we get 100 Sunnies? I only want to do shows for Sunny from now on in 2026. That's the New Year manifesto. Sunny. Sunny Liston. No, he got knocked out. But until then, he was good, wasn't he?
So I'm going to give you something as charity.
What were we saying? Yeah, the thing about don't commit, don't overextend, stick to the facts. What is it? What is it again? How does it start? How does it start? These people don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about. But the name sounds familiar. So I'm going to give you something as charity. In the notes, Charlie Adelson underlined charity. I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate. But don't go to these people again or they're calling the police.
To help the less fortunate. But
That's what he thought would work. That was his big script.
do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on, and only use the words help and charity. Charlie proceeds to give Magbanua a whole lecture on blackmail, which is pretty ironic in light of the fact that his defense is she was blackmailing me or extorting him. And these are just a selection of the incriminating quotes from the Dolce Vita recording that you all heard. After the meeting with Magbanua at Dolce Vita, Charlie calls the defendant in call F and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Well, at this time, Catherine Magbanua...
Yeah, I gave her good relationship advice. Wink. Yeah, no, some great tips. No, I gave her something to listen to as well, yeah. That tape. Oh, their code. Their code. Tell you something though. Code is stupid unless you know, unless it's practiced, rehearsed, agreed, you know. That's all necessary stuff to do. Otherwise you just sound like an idiot going, yeah, how about that, you know, that coffee, huh? Anybody seen that coffee? Anyone want to buy me a coffee? Wink. You know? Anyone want to head over to PayPal? Yeah, no, I told her to head over to PayPal, you know. I told her to support her favorite YouTube channel. Yeah. No, good advice. And then I told her to get him a coffee, you know, or maybe 40. Yeah, I told her to get him 40 cups of coffee. No, because it's New Year. New Year, Vietnam New Year. It doesn't work unless you agree.
I was living with Sigfredo Garcia. Relationship advice. This means he talked to Katie and she's going to talk to Garcia and they're going to handle it and deal with the problem. Donna seems to understand this from the use of the term relationship advice. In call G, she's less sure than Charlie that this is the police. That's his theory. She's worried it might not be accurate. She says she has a different theory. He assures her repeatedly it's being handled, there's nothing to worry about, don't freak out. Magbanua does not want to make that phone call, though. And neither
That's so funny when Charlie's trying to convince Donna that he's got this under, by the throat. He's in control. He's holding the nuts. But he doesn't at all. And he's on the phone with Donna going, I wouldn't worry about it. Absolutely no need to worry about it at all. No. It's just this thing, and yeah, I talked to someone. He's still trying to look like, because if he went in there like, oh shit, I don't know what to do. I'm over my head. That would puncture his self-image, right? His persona. You got to integrate those things, Charlie. Otherwise, you're not even a person, really, at all. Like, not at all.
neither does Garcia. And you hear him pretty emphatic on that wire that he's not making that phone call.
Well, yeah, and Donna doesn't fucking believe him. She's like, well, yeah, if your theory is correct, which I really don't think it is.
But everybody
That
starts
hurt.
lying to each other about having called it, because everybody wants to reassure the co-conspirator up the chain that it's all good, I'm handling it, it's not going to come back on us. Charlie expresses concern that if they pay the money, they'll create a monster that will demand more and more and more money. And the defendant replies to that exactly. So these calls go up and down the train cars, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Donna to Charlie to Katie to Garcia and back, over and over again. In call R, Charlie is telling Magbanua that he has a very nice gift for Garcia's birthday. So if we think about his defense, the defense that this guy is extorting him after he, on his own, went and killed the ex-brother-in-law, he's gonna buy a birthday gift for the guy? The man that he knows killed Dan Markel?
Yeah.
And Donna says
I want
this
to take
is
him
the
deep
truth.
sea fishing.
The truth
He was getting a
is
present
out.
for Sigfredo Garcia.
Once
What do you think it would be? Maybe a install it yourself hydraulic bouncing car upgrade for his Chevy Monte Carlo. Yeah. Something for him to do on the weekend while I'm fucking his wife. Yeah. You have fun with that, Garcia. Yeah. Don't get too greasy now, okay? I'll have her back in 6 hours. And she's gonna be tired, okay?
Charlie and the defendant finally decide for sure that the bump is an undercover as opposed to a real gang member, bad guy. You have never seen two people so happy to be under investigation for first-degree murder in your whole entire life. They convince themselves that they're untouchable. It's just the FBI fishing. They don't have anything on us. If they had anything on us, we'd already be at the airport. They're thrilled about it. Even on the call that the defendant staged and recorded to the undercover where she's proclaiming her innocence, it's pretty interesting the words that she chooses. For example, she says, I'm out of the loop. How odd is that statement? It implies she knows there's a loop and she's not in it. The evidence has shown that the co-conspirators in this case were all on a need-to-know basis for their own protection. That's why Catherine Magbanua wasn't shown the murder instructions. That's why no Adelson had any contact with the hitmen. And that's why the defendant didn't attend the murder meetings with Charlie Adelson and his mother. They were insulating each other. She was out of the loop on the stuff that the undercover was talking about. You know, my brother in Broward, Luis Rivera, she didn't know anything about Luis Rivera. She was out of the loop on that.
I was with Taco up in Broward, and he told me everything. Okay, well, do you want to start from the top? What do you mean, everything? What does that mean? How to make a taco? I know how to make tacos. I've seen it on TV. And I'm Donna Adelson. I don't eat tacos, okay? I eat fucking sushi that has been flown in first class from yellowfin tuna. $40 for a piece of fish. That's what I'm talking about. You can keep your fucking taco, okay? Soft shell and crunchy. Sweet salsa or spicy. Fish or chicken. Yuck. And I don't eat with my hands, okay? I don't even touch money with my hands.
But she was in the loop on Catherine Magbanua. She knew an ex-girlfriend met Catherine Magbanua. She knew that Catherine Magbanua needed to give relationship advice to deal with the problem with her baby daddy. She was in the loop on paying for this murder, and she was in the loop with Charlie to get a win for the Adelson family. In May of 2016, after the bump, the defendant stops writing checks. The bad guy comes up to you and wants more money, so what do? You stop writing the checks you've been writing for 2 years under some threat? She's still not going to the police, but apparently she's not scared anymore. She's going to stand up to him and stop writing the checks, okay? Why? Isn't it because she's gotten spooked, because she's figured out this is law enforcement and they're getting close? In May and June of 2016, Garcia and Rivera are arrested. The news of this makes it all the way to Rob Adelson.
What do you think of our new banner, guys? Our new PayPal banner, look, yellow. I think we need a new color scheme on Metrix. And I think maybe we should lose the intro at the beginning and just get straight into the content. What do you think? Should we lose the intro at the beginning? You know, dun, 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 dun. We can have that at the end. We can put that right at the end and have a nice credits roll for all of our supporters, which we really need to do. There's going to be so many things put in place, starting instantly. We're never going back to this. We're never going back to this. It's going to be golden streams from now on. Let's make 2026 the best year yet. It's going to be our 3rd year. Can you imagine? 3rd year, wow. Help us get it done on PayPal. That is a top, really good way to support the channel. If anyone's still awake and not watching fireworks, or whatever it is, what else do people do? Champagne, Prosecco. The Prosecco is iced. The prosciutto is sliced. And the shallot is diced. What are we going to do with that? We'll put it in the drinks. Champagne and shallot.
Operating room. When Rob next speaks to his mother, he says, "Hey, they got the guys. They arrested the guy that shot Danny." Getting no response, he brings up the matter again.
Barbara, how you doing? What is it? Ireland. Definitely Ireland. No one's called O'Keefe if they're outside of Ireland. Happy New Year, Ireland.
And
Brian.
did you hear they got
also
the guys that killed Danny? And she responds, "I've got to go," and she hangs up. That is the last time that Rob Adelson has talked to his mother. Because he knew, and she knew he knew. A couple other problems for the defense that I want to point out as far as this whole Charlie story goes. These are kind of mind benders, so bear with me. In 2016, after the arrest of Garcia and Rivera, but before the arrest of Magbanua, there's a text indicating, this is Charlie to Donna. Charlie says, basically that his lawyer was meeting with Garcia's lawyer. If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with...
Hang on.
His lawyer was meeting with...
No. It's in the paper from yesterday, and I spoke to Marcus this morning. He said it's not official yet, but is looking that way after he spoke to Garcia attorney.
By the way, he went to meet Garcia lawyer, and walking out of the BLD, what is that? Boulevard? Walking out of the boulevard. That's not how you... Okay, he runs straight into Katie. Or Caddy. Caddy, as he spells it. What a small world. Did I miss something? I gotta go back a minute.
Scared anymore. She's gonna stand up to him and stop writing the checks, okay? Why? Isn't it because she's gotten spooked, because she's figured out this is law enforcement and they're getting close? In May and June of 2016, Garcia and Rivera are arrested. The news of this makes it all the way to Rob Adelson's operating room. When Rob next speaks to his mother, he says, hey, they got the guys. They arrested the guy that shot Danny. Getting no response, he brings up the matter again, like, did you hear they got the guys that killed Danny? And she responds, I've got to go, and she hangs up. That is the last time that Rob Adelson has talked to his mother. Because he knew, and she knew he knew. A couple other problems for the defense that I want to point out as far as this whole Charlie story goes. These are kind of mind benders, so bear with me. In 2016, after the arrest of Garcia and Rivera, but before the arrest of Magbanua, there's a text indicating...
So, hang on, was it Garcia, she said?
Me, in 2016, after
2016.
the arrest of Garcia and Rivera, but
Okay,
before
both.
the arrest of Magbanua.
All right, so that's after May, after the end of May, but before August was she arrested, I think?
There's a text indicating, this is Charlie to Donna. Charlie says, basically that his lawyer was meeting with Garcia's lawyer. If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer? This is your extortionist.
What was the question?
If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why?
If Garcia acted alone and extorted Charlie, why is Charlie meeting with his lawyer?
Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer. This is your...
Where's Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer? Let's see the text again. No, it's in the paper from yesterday, and I spoke to Marcus this morning. He said it's not official yet, but is looking that way after he spoke to Garcia's attorney. By the way, he went to meet Garcia's lawyer, and walking out of the building, that's what it is, BLD, he runs straight into Katie. What a small world. I guess that was Garcia's lawyer's day to handle his caseload, Garcia's case.
Garcia's lawyer.
I'm going to put all my meetings with the conspirators one after the other so I can just get it done, you know?
If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer? This is your extortionist. In fact, regardless of whatever the defense is, why are the two of them meeting? Unless they have common interests. And while Charlie's lawyer is at this meeting, he runs into Magbanua. Magbanua hasn't been arrested yet. She's up there seeing Garcia's lawyer. Well, why is she doing that? According to Charlie's story that this defendant adopted, Magbanua is not in on it. She's a victim too of Garcia, her baby daddy, who's a bad dude. Why is she up at his lawyer's office? And when they learn that Magbanua was up there, Charlie says, oh, my lawyer ran into Magbanua while he was up there. He said she was nice and pretty, and Donna says, just like all your girlfriends. Well, why isn't she saying, what do you mean? Why is she up there? I thought she was a victim of Garcia, just like us. All right, so here's another text. This one's from August of 16. In this one, Charlie and the defendant are discussing a newspaper article in the Tallahassee Democrat, which talks about a drug dealer that the killers had contact with when they were here in Tallahassee from Miami. And somehow Charlie deduces this drug dealer is going to be the state's star witness, and they're basically spitballing alternative defenses. This is August of 2016. They've known, supposedly, who the killer was. The truth came out that the killer was Garcia and that they knew about it since the time of the killing. But here they are saying, well, maybe a drug dealer killed Danny and a drug deal gone bad. And this is because the extortion thing.
Yeah, because he was such a fucking crackhead. You know? Yeah, it could have been a drug dealer, right? If he was buying drugs from a drug dealer and got in over his head, even though he had like $2 million in the bank or something, that's just something I heard. I mean, that is a lot of money, even for someone as, good at saving as Dan.
Hadn't been invented yet. The extortion thing didn't get invented until right before Charlie's trial in 2023, when he's trying to think of what he's going to say from that witness stand to explain all the evidence against him. Rivera gives a proffer. That's on September 30th of 2016. Magbanawa gets arrested October 1st, 2016.
Yeah, October 1st, thank you. Because I remember being confused about that.
You would think that if Charlie's story was the truth, he would be sleeping well for the first time in a long time, knowing that these folks that were taking his money and taking his mother's checks were off the streets and behind bars. But to the contrary, you've heard evidence that he started freaking out around that time, and so did the defendant, right? His behavior became erratic. He became angry, paranoid, stressed. Per June, he got a second phone. He started sleeping with a bag of clothes by the bed. He started communicating with her via WhatsApp. In April of 2022, Charlie gets arrested. In that Dolce Vita restaurant recording, he repeatedly refers to the bump as a blackmail attempt. He uses the word blackmail on the Dolce Vita recording. But in trial, he switches that up to extortion, claiming that he and his mom have been extorted by the hitman. That was going on since 2014. But interestingly, in October 6th.
Hey, thank you so much to Sarah M. Yeah, nice one. Much appreciated. For the PayPal. You see, Sarah wants to help. And she is. Massively. Sarah says, Happy January, my friend. Well, yep. There it is again, huh? I'm looking forward to March. Or May. Any month that begins with M is fine with me.
16th of 2023, so just 7 days before Charlie's trial started, this defendant, Donna Adelson, Googled the difference between blackmail and extortion. And the difference is that blackmail is the threat to expose some dirt on somebody. I know something about you, and if you don't pay up, I'm going to expose the dirt. Whereas extortion is the threat to harm somebody. You don't pay up, I'm going to harm you. Obviously, when they developed this defense in preparation for Charlie's trial, they realized the term blackmail was not a good word for them because it indicates they were somehow involved. You got to have some dirt. Okay, it needs to be extortion, threat of harm. We're totally innocent. They did this on their own. They came to us. They extorted us. The defendant doubles down on this. So yeah, she said the truth is out, the truth is out. What does that really mean? Well, she doubles down on it when she writes that script for the witness, Drina Bernhardt, who she solicited to come in here and perjure herself to you all. What does she write in the script? Extort, underlined. This script is Charlie's story. She's again adopting it by writing it out for her witness that she's trying to recruit to come in and deliver it to y'all. which of course backfires. And according to the defense investigator who interviewed Bird, her first story involved the word extort. It's pretty unusual. Regardless of what you think of Drina and Bird, it's clear what the defendant was trying to do with them. I mean, when Drina Bernhardt had that script, and it read exactly like Charlie's whole story, with the exception of the part where he told his mom, it was in the defendant's handwriting. That was very compelling evidence that this defendant was trying to buy herself some witnesses. I do want to talk about one more piece that has to be dealt with regarding this whole story of the extortion. And that's that Wendy wasn't in on it. Okay, there's a text November 1st of 2023. So this is after the truth comes out. This defendant texts Wendy Adelson, her daughter, and acknowledges that Wendy doesn't know anything about all this extortion stuff. And like, sorry, we had to keep it from you for so long kind of thing.
Yeah.
If Charlie's
Oh, that's the one we read earlier. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, this has been our life for so many years. It's been torture. But your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened.
Can you imagine how fucking vexed Wendy was when she got this text? My idiot fucking narcissist mother. Man. God. I can actually feel Wendy's fury through the computer monitor.
defense was the truth, and Charlie and this defendant knew there was a threat to Wendy and her kids from the people that killed Dan, it's a little shocking that they failed to mention it to her. Instead, they let her and the boys move to Miami, where the bad guys were, and, you know, walk up and down the street.
You're moving in next door to Luis Rivera, okay?
Any extra protection or even knowing that the killers knew who they were and had threatened their lives and lived there in Miami. The defendant also acknowledges in this November 1st text at the bottom there. Next one. Previous one, maybe? Okay, on that text, which is in evidence, it says, get the quote, "You know I'm next." This is the defendant to Wendy Adelson. "You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that." An important insight into her state of mind when you're considering this evidence about her flight to Vietnam. All right, 11/6/23, Charlie's jury is deliberating. The defendant gets angry about Wendy sending prayer hands. I guess, you know, your brother's on trial for his life and you're sending prayer hands, an emoji. She says, protected his sister for years. Protected her from what?
From the Latin Kings.
Would he need to protect her from the knowledge that they were being extorted? Or does it make more sense that the protection that's referred to is the murder, and the fact that this defendant is a little angry that Wendy doesn't seem to appreciate what she views as a huge sacrifice that her brother has made for her and her benefit? Wendy's not charged. This was all for her. 11/6/2023, Charlie is convicted. Nothing about the extortion defense adds up for Charlie, and it doesn't add up for Donna Adelson either. It's true that she did not pull the trigger. She's guilty of first degree murder as a principle, which we talked about at jury selection, about how a party who assists in the murder can be charged and convicted the same as the person that pulled the trigger, even if they're not physically present when the trigger's pulled, which is not disputed that she was not. And you all agreed to follow that law, even if you ended up not liking it. right? I don't know if anyone admitted to not liking it, but you don't really know if you're going to like it or not until you have to make a decision. If you don't like it, you still must apply it. I know that I can trust you to do that. We talked in jury selection about the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence. And it's true that this is largely a circumstantial case. You might recall my powdered donuts example. We had direct evidence that it was the kid not covered in powdered donuts, but we agreed that being covered in the powdered donuts was pretty good evidence that that's the child that ate the donuts.
You see, that's how you speak to a Tallahassee jury, or Judge Everett. You know about donuts, don't you? You know about powdered sugar, don't you? You ever stolen a donut? Or taken one that wasn't yours, even if it was half-eaten? Yeah, of course you have. Forget all these legal terminologies. Sugary donuts. Stealing them.
This case is not entirely circumstantial. I mean, she's covered in powdered donuts, don't get me wrong. But there is direct evidence as well, and I want to go over those. To Rob, when told that he'd already spoken to the police, she says, "Will, you don't know anything anyway." That's direct evidence. You can consider that as direct evidence. To Charlie, after being handed an article about Dan Markell's murder, it involves both of us. It involves the two of us. Number 3, 44 checks to the killer, signed by Donna Adelson. Catherine McManawa admits she was in a plot to kill Dan Markell. And she got 44 checks, and they were all signed by this woman. Next, that license plate number. She had the car, make, model, and license plate in her 2014 planner. Her statements to Bird, she admitted she did what she was accused of. The script written by this defendant in this defendant's handwriting for Drina Bernhardt to come in here and deliver to y'all about stuff that wasn't true. She also speaks in code. Innocent people do not speak in code, ladies and gentlemen. And consider the things she didn't do. She didn't want to talk on the phone. She didn't want to talk in the apartment. She did not want to send a picture of the bump flyer to Charlie. She didn't say the name of Dan Markell. Anywhere on that wire, she did not say his name. Dan, Danny, Gibbers, that asshole, nothing. Why not? And she didn't go to the police. Nice, normal, Jewish grandmother approached on the street about a murder and an extortion attempt. She didn't go to the police? Why not? After Charlie's found guilty, the defendant sends this text to Wendy Adelson. Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. Does not sound at that moment as if she's totally committed to attending the bar mitzvah. You heard that open line call where she's making plans to either flee or kill herself. She is distraught over the verdict. And she's distraught over the knowledge that she's next. The defense has tried to sell you that her emergency fast-track visa and one-way ticket to a non-extradition country was a vacation. On November 7th of 2023, this defendant Googled a list of U.S. extradition treaties. She was looking for a non-extradition country, and she booked a ticket to one with a stop in another non-extradition country. She applies for a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam. I wanted it the fastest I can get it. She indicates a 30-day visa is not sufficient. She requests for the longest visa, which is 90 days, which is past the bar mitzvah date. She tries to get Wendy to help with business assistance. And when Wendy doesn't respond, she ends up asking her friend, Annie Cunningham, who y'all met in court. She says, I can't say exactly why, but we need...
Has anybody ever said that? Could you come around? I need help with business assistance. I need assistance with my business. I can't use my computer. I have a computer, but I don't know what to press. I don't know what a mouse is. What? Clicking? Is that clicking? Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here. Both of you. Wendy is not responding to us, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. I know this all sounds crazy, but I assure you it's not. Just don't make sure you're not followed. I wish I could tell you more. Don't make plans till I contact you in a bit. Thanks, Annie. Stand by. Don't call me yet. Look at that little breadcrumb heart. Yeah. See, Annie? I love you, Annie. You're not my servant, Annie. There's a love heart. That's a breadcrumb. You're happy.
Need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding to us, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. Why can't you discuss it over the phone? You're just going on vacation.
Because it's going to get me in jail forever.
Annie responds, basically, just say the word. When they leave for the airport, Harvey leaves this note dated 11/12/23 for Wendy regarding what is needed to sell some property, a gun. Donna makes notes in her planner to have Wendy have the lawyer tell Charlie where they are on the lawyer's private line, so the call will not be recorded. Why not? Y'all are going on vacation. You're coming back. You're not fleeing. There's also a note in her planner to cancel disability insurance. That doesn't seem like something one does when they're going on vacation. There's a note, tell Wendy due October expenses, child support through mid-November 2025. They're presumably for Charlie's son planning to pay child support 2 years in advance. So this is made in 23. All right, November 13th, 2023, the defendant is arrested trying to board a one-way flight to a non-extradition country. I mean, y'all decide if it's a vacation. This is a conspiracy. I mean, this took a lot of thought and effort. It's not a typical murder case. The defendant and her son set this up in a way that was designed to protect them. The main benefit of the structure of this conspiracy is that each party can insulate or distance themselves from each other. The primary risk of a conspiracy is that you're doing it with other people, right? You can get caught. Somebody can squeal. Somebody could give you up. And that's why the conspiracy is not shaped like this. Rather, they're not all huddled up together. They're going to be more like train cars. This is the way we see the communication flow throughout the course of the conspiracy. The best way to insulate yourself from your co-conspirators is to organize the conspiracy like a train car, with each car only communicating with the one in front and the one behind. That way, if someone gets caught or cooperates with law enforcement, they won't have enough information on you to give you up. And it's also very important to position yourself within the conspiracy such that those that have the most information on you are those most loyal to you. And that is exactly what Donna Adelson did. To be guilty of conspiracy, it's not necessary for the defendant to say any particular word or do any particular act. But in this case, she did do that. We have all those words and acts that we went over that directly tie her. They are direct evidence tying her to this conspiracy, plus all the powdered sugar dust. Don't let the way she thought she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with it. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
Copy paste.
Members of the
Cappleman
jury,
had
at
help
this
with
time
her
we are going
PowerPoint.
to take our lunch break. The bailiff will take you into the jury room. Lunch will be provided for you. Once again, I'm going to remind
After I've had mine, lunch will be provided for you after I'm full. And judge comes first. Might as well do the rebuttal. Draw a line under this ugly bag of snakes. Georgia. Cappleman. Rebuttal. Bosh. Who's that? Oh, someone's been fucking with the colours. Yeah, how many people have we got in chat? 52. I tell you what, everybody go to PayPal and put $2. $2. $2. Can't afford a cup of coffee? $2. Start this year off, man. Come on, guys. Get that shit moving. This one.
Okay. It does not matter what Miss Fulford thinks, if she's right, if she's wrong, if I'm right, if I'm wrong, what the lawyer said.
It doesn't matter what she did or, the fact that she can't present or tell a story in a way that makes sense. It doesn't matter. Put it out of your mind. Listen to me.
Say it's not evidence. You have the evidence before you. They say it means one thing, I say it means something else. Only you guys decide, right? I think outside your house means outside your house. But apparently outside your house means something else. I think a very contentious divorce means a very contentious...
It's an expression. People have been saying it in Coral Springs for years. Outside of your house means somewhere nearby, but not that close.
divorce. They think it means an amicable divorce. You guys decide, right? Look at the evidence and you guys decide. Is everything not what it seems and actually something else? You guys decide. A TV repair appointment is not an alibi because she could have changed it to earlier, but she didn't change it to earlier. That's where she was when he was getting killed. That's an alibi. This TV, that doesn't mean, that's not code, that's a hint. A hint for what? It's code.
A hint. Who wants a hint right now? I got a hint for you. Where's our hint? Oh, here's a hint. Like the video. That's a good one, right? Leave a like on the video. Subscribe, share, leave a comment. And also, what's this? What's this? Where's our big one? The really big one. The modern one. Here we go. Celebrate your new year with Metrix on PayPal. Look at that. Support the goddamn channel on the app. Right there on your cell phone. It's that simple? No way. I thought I would have to go and get an account and sign up. Not true. Not true at all. 2 clicks. 2 clicks. Description. Link. Support. Easy. Easy. Why don't we have a race? Why don't we have a race to see who can get there first and support the channel? Yeah? And we won't stop until everybody has been timed. We know where you live. We know where you work. And we'll be there. You'll be seeing us. You'll be seeing us.
What does it involve? The two of us. Oh, well, that actually means it doesn't involve the two of us because we're being extorted, we're victims, it doesn't involve us. So what does it involve? The two of us actually means it does not involve the two of us. That's
Yeah.
what we've heard.
That's the best way to speak in code. It's reverse code. Reverse backwards code. I am not coming to your house to drop off any money. I am nowhere nearby.
A one-way non-extradition ticket to Vietnam? It's not fleeing. It's a setup. How did I set her up? I didn't make her do that. I didn't get her a fast-track visa. I didn't get her a one-way ticket. She did that. She made those choices.
She explained all that in the pre-trial motion hearing, Georgia. She said, listen, we wanted a break. The murder trial of my son and all of what we've been through for so long, almost 10 years, it was too much. The stress. You know, now my son is being sent away for murder. I'll probably never see him again. And I said to my husband, I said, Harvey, this is too much. We've been in Florida too long. Let's go somewhere where we can have peace and just get away from the stress of all the murder trial. And he said, how about Vietnam? Because we've been there before and we had a lot of peace. There was so much peace in Vietnam. We had those nice little drinks by the pool, and then some spring rolls, and some fried squid, with the chili and salt batter. Oh yeah, let's go there. And I tell you what, let's get our friend from the swinger parties, the one who's been to 86 countries worldwide, Mr. Worldwide. Let's get him over here because he knows how to book a ticket, right? And he'll help us and he'll suggest that we don't get a return because it will be cheaper to get a return from Vietnam. Yeah, we might save $40. And you know, we're millionaires, but you don't get to be a millionaire by wasting $40 on tickets when you can just fly Air Nam. You know, we'll fly Air Nam on the way back and we'll save $40. There's no rush. We've got a 3-month visa. If the FBI call us and say come back, we'll do that on our terms rather than being held in a third world country jail that has an extradition treaty with the United States. Yeah. Who said it best? Was it Carl Steinbeck? Who said it best? I think it was... I'm not sure. It might have been Carl Steinbeck. I can't really remember right now. But he said, listen, if you want to be well treated when you get arrested from an extradition country, go to Norway. Norway will put you up in a fucking nice Hilton. A good one, not a shit one. Not like those little subsidiary Hiltons that are like, what are they called? Hilton Express. Hilton Double Olive or something. What is it? I don't know. But sometimes Hiltons, flagship Hiltons, are very good. They'd have put you in there, right in Oslo.
Wendy didn't bother to tell her mom she was ready to give up on the relocation. Yes, she did. Look in the emails. She was giving up, and Donna wasn't having it. That's when she gets the totally unhinged email from her mother suggesting, you're not going to give up. You want to move on with a sense of peace? Hell no, we're going to fight this guy. We're going to...
This is the best example of Wendy's style of that is subterfuge. Ow, fucking hell. Still struggling with this tongue. I did get a special mouthwash that's supposed to help with this thing. I don't know what it is. How do you get that? How do you get an infection on your tongue? Seriously. I mean, a few weeks ago, when things weren't looking that great, I did go into a restaurant, and there was, I said to this old lady who was sat alone, I said, listen, do you mind if I finish your soup? No response. She was either sleeping or dead. I just took it. And then I took the spoon, because I think it's cool to have spoons from restaurants that you can't get in the shop. So I guess that serves me right. But doesn't it? I should think twice before finishing a stranger's soup. Oh, man. Crazy.
Dress your kids up as Nazis. That's what happened when when Wendy suggested
I mean, there was the 8 or 9...
giving up. Never, never, never give up, right?
Never give up. Outside your house equals outside your house. A very contentious divorce equals a very contentious divorce. TV repair appointment, alibi. This TV, code. What does it involve? The two of us. It involves the two of us. Oh, God.
This murder charge is not based on the fact that she said some bad words. I mean, I'd be facing murder just in this courtroom. Obviously, people. That is not what this case is about. You've got to look at all the evidence. I mean, it is death by 1,000 cuts. It is powdered sugar. You've got to look at the whole thing and make a decision. And I'm sorry that there's not a smoking gun, but she was too smart for that. She thought about it. She planned it. She made sure we could never get her, right? She took precautions. But
Well, that's a fucking strong emotional call, isn't it? She made sure she fucked your Tallahassee brains right in the ass, Tallahassee. You gonna let her do that? You gonna let her walk all over this town? Hell no. Life.
she did make mistakes, and that's what all those exhibits are. Mistakes. My spin and the spin I'm putting on all the evidence, that's not, it doesn't matter what my spin is. It's your spin. You look at the evidence, you decide. I tell you what I think it shows. They tell you what they think it shows. And there's the other side. And what do they think it shows? They don't have to prove anything. I have to prove the case. Yes. But what are they saying? Circles. Wendy. Oh no. Charlie, definitely. Wendy, maybe. Not Donna. But also, not Charlie. We were getting extorted. Not Charlie. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? It's like hard to get your head around it, but we can't be getting extorted by the killers who killed Dan Markell on their own. And also, Charlie's pretty guilty and Wendy looks a little guilty too. It's got it like, there's no lane that's been picked. And they don't have to prove anything, but they're throwing all that out, right? And it's like, you were getting extorted, or Charlie and Wendy did it behind your back and they don't tell mom what they're doing. Can't charge Donna because Charlie already went down for this. No, that's not true. Everyone that's responsible for this murder should be held accountable for their role. Not just Charlie, not just the two killers that came here and shot him. Everyone that played a part in it should be held accountable. They said some things in their closing that doesn't comport with my recollection of the evidence. For example, Corbett said that the defendant did not send the Evite. My recollection is the complete opposite. You guys took notes, you have remembrances, you guys rely on your own memory. I don't want to go through every single thing, but there were a few of those. The only complaint from a 3 and 4-year-old was, Grandma says you're stupid. Oh, that's dumb. Well, no, I remember that the kid also said, Grandma hates you.
And you're trying to take her
Rob
sunshines
has an
away.
axe to grind. Mary.
Rob has an axe to grind. He's come all the way down from New York, dragging that axe as a pilgrimage to murder his mother.
Paul said that the Adelson Institute was Charlie's until 2022. Not my recollection, but hopefully you remember that it changed hands in 2015.
Yeah, for tax reasons. Hey, let's put the business in my name. Okay, let's switch it back to your name. Then the IRS, they won't be able to track us.
No SunPass records. Do you need SunPass records to know that Donna Adelson was outside Charlie's house on the night of the murder? We didn't know that. Catherine Magbanoa told us when I got to Charlie's, he told me his parents had just come, right? And brought the money. But when we looked in the records, there's a text outside your house corroborating what she said. That's important. She was outside his house. Oh, well, she had the garage code. Why didn't she go in? I don't know if she went in. Maybe she did. She told him, I'm outside your house. He said 10 minutes. He's going to be there in 10 minutes. Maybe she did go in. I don't know. But she was there. That I do know. I don't know why she's denying that. Grandma motion. We disagree with what the words say. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I say the words say, I don't want the kids around Grandma because she's disparaging me. Somebody needs to be there to monitor. They say, no, that's not what it means. It means something else. Charlie's extortion story. She wrote the checks because she had to save her son's life. Well, right. So if that's the case, we're picking lane 2 here, down below. And that's where all that evidence comes up about that pushes back on that. Like, that couldn't happen. They're not going to be spitballing the drug dealer defense years after they've been extorted. Like, that didn't happen. That was a lie, right? That Charlie came up with in his testimony, and that she then kind of got stuck with after saying all the truth is out, truth is out, truth is out. Plus, she's got to come up with something for writing those checks. She paid for the murder. Could you just give me 5 more?
Sidebar.
Please continue.
Sanford said he never made a mistake. Not my recollection. What's the pushback on extortion? Her behavior on the wire. She doesn't say, oh my gosh, it's happening again. She doesn't say anything about the prior extortion. If the prior extortion had occurred, she would immediately tell him it's happening again, or some reference to the fact that this is something that's been ongoing. She doesn't do that. Instead, she talks in code. It's a TV. What the heck? Why are you talking in code? Her Googling extortion versus blackmail 7 days before Charlie's trial.
Yeah, that'll never escape any of them, will it? We already saw that on the calls with Janice when Charlie was speaking to Janice, trying to get her to hide his sex toys so his mother didn't find them. God, there's nothing like going away for life and then, fuck, I better call someone to get rid of all of those, my collection. I cannot have my mother find my collection. Yeah, the stress.
TV, but you know, as they're sitting in jail, TV will kind of words. They'll talk. They'll watch. They'll be asked about it. They'll request something, and every single time hey, do you want to watch TV? They're just reminded of their own fucked stupidity. That's so good.
That wouldn't happen if the extortion was real. She wasn't extorted. Charlie didn't tell her there was an extortion because there never was an extortion. She was paying for a murder. She knew it was going to be a murder. She's the one that wanted it done. Her discussion of Charlie's lawyers meeting with Garcia's lawyers? What? If she was being extorted by Garcia and Charlie was being extorted and his life being threatened by Garcia, their lawyers aren't going to be meeting up. Look at those text messages. She said, bring cash. They say, oh, that's not code. She said, bring cash. She literally said, bring cash for dinner on that call. It's not a...
Yeah. But she said it like this. She said, yeah, and make sure you bring cash with you so you can take me to dinner. If my mother spoke to me like that, I would hang up immediately. Immediately. And turn my phone off.
Hint. It's a code word. They say the bump failed. I say the bump succeeded. She said it involved the two of us. That was before we got made, before that Matt Surrey operation where they literally see the camera in the bag and know the camera's in the bag. Yeah, she called and put on a great show when she called the undercover, but what did she say in the first call, the second call, and the third call before we got made, before she knew it was law enforcement? She said it involves the two of us, both of us. To these, okay, I want to hit one more thing. Don't call time on me. 2 years after the murder, we've got two emails, 64T and 64I. The defense told you in opening that this defendant cares about others more than she cares about herself. The problem is that she decides what other people need, what's necessary for other people in their lives, and she is willing to justify whatever ends she thinks are needed, right? Any means to get to those ends are justified in her mind. The problem is she doesn't care about the collateral damage to get to her ends. The evidence has shown that this defendant, I think, did believe that Wendy and those boys were better off in South Florida. She thought that's what they needed. They would be better off with her.
Happy New Year, Keith.
And she was angry that that couldn't happen. Dan Markell is the thing standing in the way. What was the cost of that to not only Dan Markell, but to those little boys? Those little boys lost.
Those boys, those little boys. When I think of those boys, I fucking hate this. Fucking hate this. Hey, by the way, guys, I think I found a good way, a strong way, to kick off the new year. Yeah, I don't know if I should tidy up the channel before I do that. This algorithm's gonna kick my ass. But I know you're all gonna love to see it. And some people are going to question me. They're going to be, Metrix, are you sure you want to do this? Is this legal? Is this legal, Metrix? That's what they're going to say. And to them I say, I am legal. When I do it, that means that it's not illegal. Like Richard Nixon.
Their father. Look what she says in 64T. Children are 2 and 3. Children do not even have a memory of life before age 5 or 6. Look what she says in 64II when Wendy is concerned. This is 2 years after the murder. Her child is having trouble at school, crying because he misses his father. And this woman, this nice grandmother, innocent woman, says, quote, I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. Quotations on the sad. 64II. I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. I spend a minimum of 25 hours a week with him, and oftentimes more than that, including weekend times and sleepover days, and have never experienced a time when he was sad. I think it's just another phase of the many, many phases that kids go through. The problem is they have a highly intelligent and sensitive mom. She doesn't believe that this kid is sad. Because because she can't take accountability for her own actions and the catastrophic consequences that this had on everyone's life in her family. Not just her son, not just her daughter, not just Rob, not just Dan Markell, but those boys who lost their father. It wasn't better for them to be in South Florida. It was better for them to have their father. You must not base your verdict on the feelings of sympathy, prejudice, bias. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law. Yes, she's a grandmother. Most murderers don't look like that. But the evidence has revealed what she is. Please don't let her appearance influence your verdict in any way. It involves the two of us. What about the script? They didn't even talk about the script. She wrote a script for a witness that was perjured testimony based on a lie, an extortion lie that's been proven in court to you to be false. This defendant tried to erase Dan Markell, thinking there would be no harm to those little boys. They don't have a memory of their father. They feel the absence of their father. This defendant decided they didn't need their dad. She doesn't get to decide that. She wanted it done. She brought the money. She stroked the check. She didn't have to do that. Charlie was a signatory, had signing power on that account. He could have written the checks. She wrote the checks. Why? Because she was neck deep in this thing. She wrote the checks. She said it involved the two of us. She wrote that script. May you have the strength and the common sense to see this evidence for what it is. It's only one thing. There's only one truth. It can't all be right. It's only one truth. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
In just a few
Thank you,
moments,
Jordan.
you'll be taken to the jury.
Well, that's it. That's all. 4 hours, 17 minutes. Well, I guess that wraps it up. Or just the sentencing. Can we come this far without the sentencing or the verdict? Why don't we watch our thing of the verdict? That might take too long to find. That might take too long to find. Or can we do it? And then we gotta go. I don't know. Verdict reached. Oh, here it is. Metrix. Wasn't hard to find. It was right there on our channel page. Everybody go to our channel page, subscribe, support the channel on buymeacoffee.com and PayPal. Links in the description. New Year links. Special New Year links in the description.
Did you put a link up?
Yeah, I think I'm streaming right now.
I'll share it on Discord.
Can you see the Metrix stream?
It says upcoming.
What the fuck is up with this guy?
So go live, like right now.
Well, it should be live.
Okay.
Is it live?
Yeah, you're on the phone with me. All right, bye.
All right.
You're live.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Hello and welcome back. We've got a verdict after what? Fucking an hour. Donna Adelson, her face knows what that means. That means guilty. Guilty as charged, motherfucker. Okay, I cannot listen to myself like that. Shit. God. Okay, I do not want to hear my voice ever again. I want to cut my own voice out of my body and throw it off a bridge. Is that what I sound like? No wonder there's no coffees. Okay. Right, we need to... maybe it's good. Maybe it's a reminder. Maybe it's a reminder to have standards. Good luck. Where's my headphones? Shut him up.
Make sure everyone understands whatever the verdict will be in the case. I do not want there to be any gesturing or anyone making movements that they're going to agree or disagree with the verdict. We are going to respect what the jury's decision is, and we are not going to subject them to any displays of emotion, whether it be from the gallery or the parties. If anyone believes they are not capable of following this instruction, I'd ask you to step outside at this time. Mrs. Adelson also as well, once the verdict is read, again, I'm going to advise you, do not have any displays of emotion as best you can. You want to control yourself.
Yeah, as best you can. How we doing, everybody in the chat? Oh my God, shut the fuck up. I cannot believe that. Okay. We need to put things in place proper. We've got to make 2026 good. Ever since this trial, it's just not felt right. Nothing's felt right. But anyway. No, I can't listen to myself. We'll have to come back to that another time. A better time. A time in 2026. Could you imagine? We made it all that way. All that way, guys. The whole way. And now we're here. And next year we'll be moving on to 2027. And we're getting closer and closer and closer until Luis Rivera's release. How great is that going to be? I think there's going to be taco parties up and down the street, up and down the block. Tacos free. Every fucking taco place in Miami, free tacos all day, the whole day. International Taco Day. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. I want to meet him. I want to meet him and say, hey, 19 years in prison, huh? So, how was it? Was it shit, yeah? Yeah, I bet it was. All right, well, it's 7:23 here. It's been 2026 for almost 8 hours already. So we're going to go. We're going to let you go. And we're going to see you tomorrow. We're going to see you in the new year, the fresh year, the better year, the best year yet. The number 3 on our birthday. It's a birthday show tomorrow. What should we do? Something special? Shall I get myself a cake in the shape of Judge Everett? Put all the candles on his head. I need to be clear, not my birthday, the channel's birthday. Birthday number 2. We will be 2 years old, heading into year 3. And you know what that means? Success, prosperity, good fortune, good grace, good tidings, good health, good God, good God. What other words can you put after the word good? Good health, good tidings, good spirit, good luck, fortune, prosperity, and we are going to make Metrix healthy again. We are going to make Metrix wealthy again. And we are going to make Metrix proud again. Sponsored by Toyota. Right. Well, good night, everybody, and I hope you had a good new year. I hope you love January, and I hope you love Vietnamese spring rolls, which is going to be our hook. That's going to be our hook for the new year. Vietnamese spring rolls, 24 hours a day on Metrix. Good night, everybody.